so we can hear you. Please also be sure to limit side conversations as they interfere with the audio recording. If you need to have a side conversation, please step out of the work meeting room. It is proposed that we approve the following minutes. January 9th, 2024 council meeting, January 16th, 2024 work meeting, February 6th, 2024 work meeting, February 6th, 2024 council meeting, February 20th, 2024 council meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? Seeing no objection, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. I'd like to recognize that we've been joined by Councillor Craig Christensen. Our first item of business is a presentation regarding the 2025 budget, and we're going to get to hear from customer service. And it'll be presented by Amanda Erkenbrack, Customer Service Director. And I'd like to say that I just got my passports renewed there, and it was awesome. It's way better than the post office. Wow. It was comfortable and fast, and I got my passports very quickly. Wow. Awesome. That's what we love to hear. Thank you, Council. I'm glad to be here today to share with you our passport here.
So as most of you know, so we've been open since March of 2012. Our goal with Provo 311 is to really be a one-stop shop, not just for the residents, but also the other city departments. Our job is to connect the residents with everything going on in the city. So rather than boring you with slide after slide of stats and things that we do, we've actually prepared a brief video. Thanks. So I'm curious, did anyone learn something new that we do? Was there anything enlightening in there that you didn't know about? Yep, film permits are a big one, a lot of special events. We do a lot. There's a lot of things happening in our department. We do it with just a staff of under 30. We are going 110% every day. What we do couldn't be possible with the people sitting in the back row supporting me here today. So I just want to take a minute and introduce each of them. We have Annalie Larson. She's our billing manager. Annalie's type A personality is just the match to mine. She ensures that every bill is sent out perfectly without error. She is a go-getter and she gets the job done well. On top of just billing, she's also responsible for processing all the payments that are mailed in. Believe it or not, we get a lot of payments that are mailed in. She also oversees collections and accounting. So she's a busy girl. Next, we have Brittany Densley in the back. She is our call center manager, and there couldn't be a more people-y person than Brittany. She's perfect for her job. She was brought into this world just to interact with people, and she does a great job at that. So, and then we have Laramie. Most of you know Laramie. He is, I hate to use this term, but he is our catch-all. He really does everything else. So he oversees business licensing, special events, rental dwelling, our quality assurance and training programs. And then he's also responsible for help overseeing this budget and prepare it for you guys. So we've got a busy team. And then lastly, we have Amber. I hope you guys have had the chance to interact with Amber. She is one of a kind. She's my right hand. Any success that we've had, she's touched it. She's been involved with it. So I have a pretty unique and special team. So this year I want to share with you 4 major accomplishments that we've had. I'll just jump right into each one. Eventually I will turn the time over to Laramie. He'll give you a little bit more information on some of it, and then an overview of our budget as well. So this face may look familiar to some of you, especially those of you who have been on the council previously. Over the recent years, we had recognized that there was a problem in our licensing program. We had over 700 licenses that were overdue. And with just our team, we don't have a dedicated licensing person. So we looked at our options. We had some budget from an unfilled part-time customer service position, and we decided to post for a temporary licensing data technician. And Janine's application came in, and if you know Janine, she's amazing. She's worked for the city for 38 years. She's worked in Power as the city recorder. So she knows the city in and out. She cares about the city. So she came in part-time over a series of months, and she actually reached out and contacted over 700 license holders. She brought almost all of them, all but 22, into compliance or closure. It was an amazing feat. On top of that, we have probably about 72 beer licenses, but she brought every single one into compliance. There were nights that she would be walking back to the front runner station and she would actually stop in restaurants to see if they had their license yet. She just really tackled this problem and solved it, and we're in a really great place now. Next, Annalie and her great team. This looks so boring, but it's such an amazing thing. So previously, our billing used to run every single day, sometimes on holidays, sometimes on Fridays, every single day. So we looked at our options, and utilizing technology, we were able to combine our billing cycles, process just as many bills, in fact, double the amount of bills in less time than we were before. So instead of billing every single day, it's now every other day, which is leaving a lot more time to accomplish other important tasks. Next, Lindsay, who I didn't introduce before, she gets the next few slides. Lindsay Rasmussen is our quality and training coordinator. She does a great job. She recently attended a conference, and she came back from the conference and she had so many ideas. And she cautioned us. She said, I've got a lot of ideas, but I'm not going to try to boil the ocean. So Lindsay started with, this was one of her projects. We used to have a giant training manual. It was nearly 5 inches thick. It was paper. It's a pain to print. And it doesn't get updated. Once the new employee gets their training book, it sits in their desk as long as they work here. So Lindsay took all of our training information and she digitized it on our training, what is it called? Training Corner website. So she digitized everything. She also included, there's phone numbers, there's frequent contacts. She has schedules, the employee schedules for different tasks. Anything they need is on this website. She also went into our quality assurance program. I don't know if most of you are familiar with quality assurance, but it's really common in a call center. Each of our agents, not even just our call center agents, but also our cashiers, our billing employees, they are all subject to very frequent evaluation, as frequent as twice a week. So Lindsay put together a quality assurance program. It's a form that can be used either by watching the security cameras to view the interactions at the front counter, or also the phone calls, sorry, running out of breath. And then also the billing calls. We track our billing employees to make sure that their interactions with your departments and with other city employees are going well. So Lindsay did a great job with that. And then the last key component of this program, I'm actually going to let Laramie explain. This is kind of what ties it all together.
Thank you. To expand a little bit on what Amanda was talking about as far as our training program, it kind of all ends with, I won't say all ends with this, but this is one key component that we find that really helps us focus on that one main component, and that's consistency. Because we found that with consistency, like in performance, kind of helps with the consistency in information. So one thing we pride ourselves on a lot in customer service, we put a lot of thought and numbers behind the efforts that we do. We try to quantify, what's working for us, what's not, what needs work, and that going forward. So it kind of helps us focus on the training needs, what needs attention today, what we can really get to and satisfy those immediate training efforts. So one thing we do every month, in addition to our regular stats, our operational stats of how we're doing as a call center, we also do stats on each CSR agent out there. And so we give them a monthly scorecard. And this scorecard here, it tracks everything from how many times they put people on hold, how long they put people on hold, what they do after that call is finished, the accuracy of the call. We have the scorecard for the cashiers out there, their transaction rate, transactions per hour, calls per hour, their accuracy in counting out their drawer, things like that. We even get down to scoring their attitude, how well they do as far as getting to work and getting logged in and being prepared for work, their participation in all their quizzes and assignments. And we even keep track of the kudos. We call them kudos, but the recognition points. When we get some good positive feedback from the public, we like to let them know that that's happened, to kind of help them know that it's not always critical all the time. So I think this is really cool. We meet with them every single month. Brittany does that with all the CSRs and kind of guides them through what they're doing really well on and what they can improve upon. Because really at the end of the day, it's that consistency. It doesn't matter who calls, when they call. We just want them to get the same information in the same manner from everybody every single time. So I think we're pretty proud of how we can kind of track that quality and whatnot that we're getting out of our training program. The last thing that we want to talk about as far as like major accomplishments for the year is we're pretty proud of this one also. We've been working with our GIS staff here at the city, Stan and Grace. They were excellent in helping us put this together. But in an effort to be fully transparent with licensing, we have created some new interactive licensing maps. So if you go to the 311 website, we added a tab at the bottom, it says new interactive maps. And we have a interactive map for both licensing and rental dwelling licenses. So if you log on, or if you click on that, you can open the map. You can look at a map of the city. This one's rental dwellings, so you can see all the different types of rental dwellings we have out there, whether it's single family, apartment, condos, duplexes, whatever. You can click on a particular address or particular site, and then off to the right, it pops up a bunch of information relevant to that particular property. So it gives you the owner, the permit number, how long they've been there, the status, that kind of thing. So we think that that's a really cool tool for the public to be able to go and see what's out there and see what's in their neighborhood. In addition to that one, we have business licenses. And in the same manner, you can go to the business license map, click on any dot that those all represent a business in the city. And you can see, like, the red is alcohol licenses, businesses, home occupations. You can see what's in your neighborhood. You can see what's existing out there as far as who the applicant is, how long they've been in business. You can see when they started, that kind of thing. There's also a link here in both maps to the City View portal. So if you want a little bit more information, you can click on that link. It takes you to the City View portal landing page, and it kind of gives you everything that's associated with that business in the portal itself. So we think this is a huge accomplishment, and hopefully everyone gets a chance to get to that and utilize it. And the reason we're here today is to talk about the budget. So the first thing is we have no supplemental requests. We didn't ask for any last year, so there's really nothing to follow up on as far as anything to quantify as far as the supplementals for last year. We don't have any supplementals planned for this year. So and looking forward, we have some things that we have in the works that are going to cause us to be even that much more crazy going forward. We have some integrations with obviously the new website. We have a new portal. We have some upgrades with City View and Cayenne and things like that. But we've planned for all of those. We've been planning for those. And we do have some monies kind of budgeted in, carryover monies and stuff like that to facilitate those when those come up. So we don't anticipate any of those hitting us going forward. So here's the actual budget itself. I put up there the adopted budget from last year, just as a comparison so you can see what we're actually doing this year. So we'll focus mainly on the O&M operations because those are the numbers that we have control over. We haven't got numbers back on personnel and chargebacks and that kind of thing. So the operational numbers that we can actually budget ourselves, negotiate on and whatnot, those are the ones that I've highlighted in black for the fiscal year 24-25. We've got it broken down to our 5 different sections in customer service, admin, utility billing. You wouldn't think that we'd have an IT section in customer service, but because of all the different software components and integrations we have with all the departments of the city, that's a big one for us. And of course, call center and business licensing. The first one, administration, that $249,000 that we've asked for this year. I don't know if you can see the grayed out one from last year, but it is about $20,000 less than we asked for last year. Though the majority of that, we had a carryover amount that got dropped into that line item that we used for rebranding and things like that. But since that's all behind us, we're not asking for that money going forward. So the net of that is about $12,000 less than we asked for last year. So far, we're $12,000 under budget. As we continue on, utility billing, we try to stay exactly the same there. We're not doing anything there. Our IT budget, this is where sometimes we hit that other that component where some of those things are out of our control. So in IT, we have a line item in there that covers all of our third-party contracts that with our bill print vendor, our software licensing, things like that, that really are out of our control. And we all know that it costs more to do business today than it did a year ago. So we kind of anticipated, for the most part, the majority of them did have a 6% increase in their contract going forward. A couple were a little bit less, a couple were a little bit more, but for the most part, on average, it was about 6%. So the net of that actually increased that line item $11,000 from what we asked for last year, which we didn't find too out of the ordinary because we knew that was going to be the case. But fortunately for us, the savings that we have and not asking for that extra money that we have in the admin budget, the net is actually kind of have a balanced budget. We're not asking for anything more this year than we did last year. In fact, we're $2,000 under what we did last year. So we're trying to do the same amount of business. Actually, we're getting asked to do a little bit more every year, but we are really trying to find those efficiencies in our operation and make sure that we can go through each one of those areas and maybe negotiate when we can. And I think that's one thing that we've done really well this year, especially with our IT budget. There are some of those vendors that have reached out and asked us, this is your price increase for this year. And we've kind of pushed back and said, we are not a new customer with you. We've been with some of these vendors 15 years. And we think that stands for something. So we've been able to kind of really negotiate, and I think they valued that partnership with us as well. We've been able to keep those increases down from 8-12% down to 3-6%. So we're proud of that as well. So again, at the end of the day, I think we didn't do anything too crazy here, maybe a little bit boring, but we are actually right on budget with what we did last year.
Thanks so much, Laramie.
Any questions?
Any questions for Laramie or Amanda? Becky Bogdan?
I do have a comment. Thank you so much for writing all that down and for letting us know what exactly the difference is in that budget and how it worked out and what increased and what decreased. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Counselor Gary Garrett?
Thank you to both of you for your work and to your staff for the great work you're doing. In answer to your earlier question, Amanda, related to is there anything we didn't know that you do? For me, that's some chicken license renewal. I wasn't aware of that.
That is my favorite process. I'm not even when I read the machine.
But Laramie made one comment that raised a question for me when he said tracking. Kudos to help the employees understand not all their work is negative. Are there a lot of, from the resident standpoint, does 311 end up being a calling dumping ground sometimes? Are residents calling to complain?
Absolutely.
Look back at the staff, they're not even.
Did they mention me by name?
I think one comment that if I could just jump in there. I think what's interesting to know is 20, 30 years ago, everybody would come to City Hall to pay their utility bill. That's the only way they had to take care of that business. So half of them were just doing a routine thing. It was just business as usual. Half of them had complaints or had an issue they wanted to deal with. Today, that easy business is simply easy. They do it online. They do it. We don't hear from the easy ones. We only hear from the ones that need us to do some kind of action for them, whether it's do a move-in or if they want to complain or they have an issue. So as a result, we see a lot less visitors to the counter, but every one of them have a need that they can't satisfy easily over the phone or online. So.
And I think additionally, everyone needs a starting place. They don't always know where to go. A lot of times they'll come in upset about something that they think happened in one department, and it turns out we can help and we can fix it in our department. So that's our job.
Well, thanks for your positive work and attitude.
We try.
Any other questions? Rachel Whipple.
So Laramie, you mentioned something about you're handling more work, more calls. Do you have numbers on how you're getting more work?
We do, and we have a lot of stats on our operation, and as far as how many calls we take a day, what those calls are for, stats on how quick we answer them, one call resolution, that kind of thing. I think we see the majority of the work come from those services, such as the airport, for example. A couple of years ago, we didn't have an airport as busy as it is today. So just the amount of airport badges that we issue, that's doubled in the last year and a half compared to what we was doing before. Passports is a relatively new thing in our operations. So over the last few years, that just steadily has increased with just by word of mouth, people knowing that we actually process those passports. Funny thing is, when we first started doing passports, we also did passport photos. But for the longest time, we did maybe a couple hundred passports a month, and we did 10 passport photos. And it's kind of interesting, like, why would you stop by Walgreens to get your picture done before you come to the city to get your passport? And I think today we're pretty close to like maybe 150 passports to the 250 passport photos to the 250 passports that we do. So that ratio itself has closed that gap where we're starting to do those supplemental services that we weren't doing before. As far as the call volume is relatively the same. I think we was down like 1,000 calls in the whole year from 100,000 calls. That's pretty minimal. So I think the traffic as far as the call volume is the same. We just have those agents doing more of that hands-on work than we've ever had before.
I'm just trying to see, because one of your efficiencies is that you're doing more work but with the same budget.
We are, and those 1,000 calls you mentioned that are not necessarily coming in, those are coming in other ways. We now have a chat. A lot of people like to use our 311 portal. And then we get a lot more walk-in traffic in this building. I think people aren't afraid to come into this building. They enjoy being here. So it's kind of evolving, it's changing. So it is going a little bit away from calls, but in the volume that we're
George Hanley.
Yeah, just to thank you for that, and just a thought that, or at least from my anecdotal experiences, that I still refer people to 311 when I can't answer the question. So I really appreciate having that resource. I'm often amazed that people don't know that that's an option still. So there's probably always, I don't know what it, 20% of the city's population is relatively new or hasn't heard of 311 yet, and they're still kind of coming into being aware of it. And so you're probably always going to have a steady need to let those people know that that's still available. I just, after 6 years, I'm still saying, there's a number you can call, and they're like, there is. I thought I would just call you, and that's fine. I always try to handle whatever I can, but I do have to very often say, essentially, I'm not the right person to call. I can put you in touch with the right people, or if I can't, this is a really good way to find out who it is.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think the residents, they hear Provo 311 and they think of it as a brand, but they don't realize they can just dial 311. So we do have a PR budget, and during COVID, we took a step back from doing some of the larger events, but we're looking forward to getting back out and promoting ourselves again.
To your point, this last week, I do the Provology presentation for our department. And I asked that question, like anyone in the room, does everybody know what 311 is and what the significance of what extension is? And we had one individual that said, I didn't know 311 was a thing. Scott was there. And I think 3 or 4 of the people that sat around that individual was like, oh my gosh, I called him 3 times this week. I called him for this, I called him for that. You didn't know that? And then they all kind of, I wouldn't say ganged up on it, but said, yeah, 311 does this and this and this. And one woman actually said 3 or 4 times that they were so nice, they were so courteous, and she actually prompted him to do this. So I think the word of mouth has kind of helped us with the utilization of that 311 number.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'd like to recognize that Mayor Michelle Kafusi has joined us, and Rachel Whipple. Thank you. We're gonna take like 5 minutes. We're just gonna grab lunch, guys, and we'll eat it at our desk while Fire does its presentation. So let's take a 5-minute break.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We're recording. I want to remind all counselors to turn on your mic when you do want to speak. All right, Chief Jeremy Hedman, yep, let's go. A presentation regarding the 2025 budget of fire.
Council,
That's good.
I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about our budget and a little bit about our past year. We've had a great year in Provo Fire Department over our last budget year, and looking forward to many more. We couldn't do it without you, so thanks for your support. So some of our past successes in the fire department. Over the last year, we've successfully gone from the Provo Orem dispatch to one Metro dispatch. That started in the previous budget year, but it's successfully gone over. And then we implemented a new dispatch technology called US Digital that we also started budgeting for in the previous budget year, but we got it done over the last year. And it's been a huge success for our department and for the dispatch center. What it is it's a system that the call taker gets an emergency call, they enter the information, and it automatically populates to a computer who dispatches the appropriate unit for fire and EMS response. It's automated, it's a computerized voice. It's really easy to understand and very consistent, just makes it very user friendly, and it's freed up some resources in dispatch as well. Our WUI, or Wildland Urban Interface program, has been a huge success. We started that several years ago. We have a part-time crew that goes out and they do mitigation, where they're out trying to get homes, help them get defensible space around their homes. We've gone to public city parks and done big projects. One last year we did was at Lions Park, where we had over 200 volunteers show up. They helped. We cleared, I don't know how many truckloads of chipped brush, dumped several dumpsters of just garbage that was dumped in there, and it really cleaned it up nicely. There's still a lot of work to be done in Provo, and we're just chipping away at it the best we can. Just with 6 people, there's a lot of areas of need, but we're slowly making Provo a safer community by doing that. The East Bench has a number of significant projects that we did last year, one of which was along Lover's Lane, where we went and cleared that the trail there. So it's not only less of a fire hazard, but it's safer for people walking in that area. Some more successes is Station 1. We're under construction. They're currently doing the block work on the station right now. Things are moving along pretty well. We had some slowdowns at the very start with the groundwork. Required more. We had to dig out more of the dirt and compact it back in than we expected. But once we got past that, things have moved pretty smoothly, and the winter has been pretty good to us. So we've made pretty good progress. The underground work is mostly done. The concrete floors are in, and things are progressing nicely. We are expecting to complete that in November of this year. So we've ordered the fire engine for that station. We came to you, the council, previously and got approval for that about a year ago, and it'll be at least another year before we get that fire engine. And then we have the SAFER grant for the 9 firefighters to staff that fire engine at Station 1. Another big accomplishment we had in the fire department, which was done alongside of the police department, was we were able to arrest, convict, and charge an arsonist that was really quite dangerous for Provo City. She was escalating to where she was lighting fires where people were in the home. We had people had to crawl out of windows to get out of basements. I mean, things were sooner or later she was going to hurt somebody. So the work that the fire prevention office and the deputies with the police department did was amazing work, and they were able to arrest Calliope Milinar. She was arrested and she's serving a prison sentence of 5 years to life. So they did a great job on that. We also did our very first heavy rescue school in this year. What that is we do technical rescue for Provo and the rest of the county with a team. And that they do all kinds, they do extrication with like a heavy machinery type of extrication. Somebody who's in a trench collapse or a confined space or a structural collapse where a building is damaged and is collapsing or could collapse. We'll go in and secure that temporarily until engineers can come in and fix it. But this is the first time we've ever done a heavy rescue school in Utah County. And that what that did is it got a number, we sent through 6 of our people and got them all the disciplines in a month's period of time. It's actually still going on. It'll complete the end of this month. We're doing an open house on the 29th if anybody would like to attend, just to see a little demonstration and see their graduation. But we're pretty excited about that program because I personally went through all those trainings and it took me over 2 years to get them. And they were fun trainings, but it's really nice to be able to get people trained up so quickly. We sent 3 people to paramedic school. I have a typo on there over the last year, and we've hired a lot of EMTs and plan to continue to train up new paramedics over the next year as well. We'd like to send as many as 6 in the next budget year. One of the questions that was asked from the council was what do we have that's unfunded or underfunded? And if funding was of no object to any of us, there's always projects we would take on. But as we know, there are restrictions and we do have a budget to stay in. But one of the items that's on our list is Station 25. There's the approaches into and out of on 7th East and 3rd South are so steep that they're damaging our ladder truck. I'll talk a little more about that later in this, but that's one of the projects that we would like to take on. And then, we have a Station 3 70 or 50 years old. And at some point that'll need to be addressed. We have some capital improvement projects here and there, but overall we feel pretty well funded. For 2024, we put in 1 supplemental budget request for airport staffing for our captains at the airport, as well as overtime and equipment. And this was almost entirely budgeted through the airport. The airport funded all of that. And we have 24-hour operations at the airport with one firefighter all the time, and then we have another firefighter there most of the time with them as well. It's been a huge success for us. So I just want to talk a little bit about our staffing and why we want to have the staffing that we have. There's an NFPA standard that kind of sets an expectation for how many firefighters will respond with a certain type of structure fire. So what I have on the board here is what we would respond with for a residential structure fire, which is just a single family home. We want to have 16 firefighters, 1 command officer, and the goal is to get the first unit there within 5 minutes and the rest of them there within 9. And the standard says within like 80% of the time or whatever, but that's our goal. Right now, to get 16 firefighters there, that's 4 stations, which is how many we have with fire apparatus. So That's all of our stations until Station 5 is done and staffed. And then we'll have one extra, which gives us a little more system reliability. So we can have a medical call going on and still have enough staffing for the response to a structure fire, which happens frequently. We had a pretty significant structure fire over the weekend. It was not a single family home. It required a much larger response than we can provide in Provo on our own. So which is why we have mutual aid agreements. We called Orem, Springville, and Pleasant Grove for this fire, and the crews did an amazing job to keep that fire to the building that it started in. There was propane going off in the building, a lot of 4 huge tanks that caused a significant fire growth in the building. And on the east side of that building, there's about a 12-foot breezeway between one warehouse and another. And we were able to keep it out of that, which was no small feat. The firefighters did an amazing job. I was very proud of them. Yeah.
To support a fire. Does that mean you're using resources from all 5 fire stations in Provo City, plus expanding to Springville and Orem and Pleasant Grove?
Yes. Typically, we have all of our stations. So when that fire came in, we had one station on a medical already. So they were tied up. We sent all of the rest of the resources to the fire and called for Springville and Orem right away, and then eventually called for one more ladder truck to come out of Pleasant Grove. And then when the medical got cleared up, they came to the fire to help. So yeah, they were all busy. What we do when we have a significant fire like that, we'll do an emergency callback and ask for firefighters to come back to the city and staff additional units. So that takes a little time, it takes us an hour and a half to get that restaffed. But once we're restaffed, that helps us to fill those next calls as they come in the city. Because even if, we rely on our neighbors for when we're drawn down to no resources, but they're drawn down too, because we had 2 stations from Orem in Provo already, and Springville only has 1 station staff, and they were in Provo. So it gets difficult. So the sooner we can staff those up, the better.
And is it the manpower you need usually, or equipment like ladder trucks?
It depends on the fire. So for like a residential structure fire, all we really need is 1 pumping fire engine and a ladder truck just in case. That the rest of it's all people moving hoses, people doing searches, people staffing different positions that we have to staff to safely do an interior aggressive fire attack. When we get into a bigger commercial fire, especially when it gets into a defensive fire where we're staying outside, protecting the structures around it, that becomes more equipment and intensive, meaning we need a ladder truck all the way around it basically to protect all the different exposures and also fight the fire inside.
Thank you.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, if all 16 of your firefighters that are on shift are at one structure fire, you're calling in people that are home in on overtime to come in and man the other stations while the 16 are putting out this fire. Am I right?
That's correct.
And then also all of your overtime, the airport did cover all of that airport overtime, right? It didn't come from your budget, it came from the budget.
That's correct also.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chief. I think you can keep going.
Okay. All right, so our 5-year plan, we're well underway with our Station 1 staffing. We've hired the 9. They started last week. They're in training. They'll be in training till June, the end of June. And then they'll be out on the streets taking care of our citizens. That is again funded through our grant, our SAFER grant, which was a $3.3 million grant over 3 years. And we're excited about the opportunity to have that additional fire engine at Station 1 that we haven't had in 20 some odd years. So, and then Station 26 Airport, right now we share a building with the operations people at the airport, and we have a small part of the space, they have a small part of the space, and then we have our big fire engines in the bay, and we have some snow removal equipment and other equipment in the bay as well. They're building a snow removal building, and we'll eventually be out of that building. We're gonna have to do some temporary remodels to make that more accommodating for 24-hour occupancy for us. And then at some point we want to work towards a fire station or a functional fire station out of the airport. That's something that we're working on funding through airport funding or maybe even some grant funding. So.
Okay, Chief, can I clarify that?
Yeah.
So they're going to do that snow removal building, and they're going to move some of their, so that also have office space in that for their people?
In the snow removal, yeah, my understanding is it has office space as well as a big warehouse for storing their equipment.
Okay, so you will be left with just fire in the current building you're in?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, would that be eventually the fire station, or are you saying doing a whole different building, a separate building that would be the fire station?
The long-term plan is for a separate building that's designed better. I'll get into it a little more later as well, but our master plan calls for a joint station with Station 4 and the airport staff all in one station. So we respond to the city out of one side of the airport, out of the other.
Okay.
And
that makes sense.
We're looking at
all right. So right now you're looking to just remodel it so that you can have appropriate 24-hour.
Yeah, we just need to have somewhere for people to have an office,
a bed,
and a couple of rooms separated so that they're not all kind of crammed into one with a divider.
Okay.
Which is what we have now. So.
And when is it expected that operations will be out of that building?
I can't answer that. I know they're working on the plan, but I don't think the building's under construction yet. So it'll be a while.
Okay, Becky Bogdan.
So when you merge Station 4 and Station 5, does that mean that you'll just vacate the current location where Station 4 is at? Station 4 is the one, is that the one that's right below used to be a Walker's, right below Center Street?
Yeah, that's Station 4. The plan, the long-term plan is to have Station 7, which I was going to get into later, but a northwest fire station out kind of by Provo High, relocate Station 4, and then that gives them pretty good coverage on the west side. And then that station that's there now, we wouldn't keep occupying that one. The one on center, or just off of Center in Geneva.
Thank you. Fight for that the section of the piece right across from the high school. That's owned by the city. So yeah.
Yeah. We're working with Bill and Tara to try to come up with a good location for that. So another important thing on the council's priorities was employee retention, which is a big priority for me. It's important that we keep our firefighters, and the mid-year adjustment that we did recently saved us from losing a firefighter. He was so close to leaving to go to a fire department in the Salt Lake Valley, and because of that raise, we were able to be more competitive. We were still a little below, but close enough that it wasn't worth him making the change. So he stayed, and we're very thankful for that, because it is costly when we lose people, not only the training, but the equipment and the process to rehire somebody new. And there's just a lot to it. But some of the reasons that we feel like we have retained employees is we have pretty competitive pay. Daniel Softly does a great job keeping us in the market. We get our merit steps, which also keeps us in the market. And the mayor's done a great job of getting a COLA that also keeps us in that pay range. But I think one of the bigger things we have here in Provo is the culture. We have a great culture in the fire department and in the city. And so a big part of that is because of the support we feel from you. That just trickles down to all of us. So thank you. And then we have amazing firefighters here. They're not only really good at their job, but they love doing it. So some of the long-term plans we have, we've tried to support the city's Canyon and Hillside, as well as Rock Canyon and Slate Canyon master plans. A big part of that, how we support that, is with our WUI program. And we feel like it's really important for the city to be consistently and constantly working on making defensible space around our community so that we can be safe in the event that we have a big wildfire or even just a huge fire with a wind event that could push through and cause a lot of problems if we don't have defensible space. It becomes very difficult for us as a fire department to stop fires if it can propagate from one thing to the next.
So is the cleanup for Cottonwood Park still on for the spring joint with the county? The one that goes across by the river on the west side?
I'm gonna have to get back to you on that. I'm assuming, I know we talked about it, and I know are you talking about the county property?
Yeah, Cottonwood Park,
Yeah.
along the river.
I know we were working with them, and I just don't know what Jeannie Atherton, who runs our WUI program, I didn't talk to her about that specifically, so I'm not sure where that's at, but I know it was on the radar. But I'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
George Hanley.
Yeah, I just thank you for this information. I'm just curious what your, in addition to that program to build that buffer, have you seen, I mean, obviously we're coming out of winter, so you don't have any recent data on this, but do you anticipate fires, informal fires and fire pits that have been a problem in both of those canyons? I just always remember Chief Miguel worrying a great deal about, that being another potential cause of a disaster that could send fire up canyons rather than just coming. I mean, we worry about them coming down, obviously, into the homes, but it can also shoot up the canyon. And I mean, I'm hoping with the master plan cleanup at Rock Canyon that will help reduce that. But Slate Canyon's still in need of that kind of work as well. Do you have a sense that that's still a prevalent issue? Has it gotten worse? Is it?
Well, I think as a fire department, we've gone up and broke up pits as they've been reported to us, and tried to make it difficult for people to have fires out there. And then whenever we're called, we obviously go up and investigate and try to cite the people that they're doing some reckless burning up there, and that is reckless. And it is just like Chief Miguel, I am very concerned about, we don't want to lose our mountainside is beautiful. We want to keep it that way. And the WUI crew has, on one occasion for sure, one of our fire breaks has stopped the fire from running up the Y Mountain. It was about a year and a half ago, but huge success for our department and our city to be able to stop that fire. All it takes is a little wind and the wrong set of circumstances, and it's up that mountain before we can get to it. So.
Okay, the mayor has a question or comment.
Just a comment. And you're doing great, Chief. And all these are good things, but I wanted to point out with Rock Canyon, if you had a chance to go up there, which I am a lot, George is a lot, but it's exciting with our ASR program. We put 3 fire hydrants that are going all the way up to the Green Gate. And we've never had fire hydrants up there. And so they took me up yesterday Actually, I was out running the truck with Birdie in the morning, and they said, Mayor, come and look. And so they have 3 in right now, and I think they're projected to be 2 more red fire hydrants that we've never had up Rock Canyon. A huge game changer for if anything will ever come out of Rock Canyon. That is just a huge win for us.
Great. Water supplies on wildfires is usually impossible, so,
Yeah,
we have to shuttle water to get to those fires.
The ASR-ish program is just going hand in hand with legal fire hydrants up Rock Canyon.
What does ASR stand for?
Offer
Storage and
storage
recharge.
recharge.
Is there, what's the protocol for fires above the gate? We have to call the state,
There are Forest Service fires up there,
yeah.
but, we respond. We're the first response for, but we would call them immediately and get them to respond as well.
Okay.
And
So people still would call you?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the Forest Service has their own rules on fire pits and what you can and can't enforce. And that becomes a sticky issue sometimes for us. Any other questions? So the 2021, we did a master plan. That's where we talked about the station location for stations 7, which would be northwest in the area of the new Provo High. It talked about relocating station 4 out by the airport with the joint station for the airport and station 4. And then on top of that, we know we need to start looking at station 3 as it's getting very old. The driveway and the approach is starting to crack and causing some problems, but overall, for a 50-year-old station, it's in pretty good condition. Does need a little bit of love here and there, but for the next budget year, we had one supplemental I was going to put in for, and that was for Station 5's approaches. And the Public Works did some work and got a bid, a rough estimate on what it would cost to fix it. It was $350,000. With the mayor's office help, Scott in particular, and Public Works and Parks and Rec, we were able to come up with a way to fix that without hiring a contractor, pay for the materials, and that project started yesterday. That's how quick they were to respond. And the reason we needed to get that taken care of so quickly is because we have the supports that keep the suspension attached to the frame on our ladder truck are cracked for the second time since we've had it. It's only about 4.5 years old. So we're pretty confident that the problem is the dip is so bad that the frame is tweaking one way as it hits the road and tweaking in other ways it's going off the approach. And so Public Works and Parks and Rec are out there fixing that problem for us as we speak. So we're going to take that off our supplemental request for this next year. I can't tell you, this is one of those projects where one Provo is a thing. It was amazing to see Public Works and Parks and Rec jump in and get this project going. It gives me chills. They're amazing people. And I can't thank them enough, or you, Scott, for helping getting that going. So that's the end of my presentation. I want to thank you all for your support. And if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer.
I did have one question for you about Station 1. When it's done in November, are you going to have to hire any other firemen at that point? Did you mention one that you'll need to hire one more?
So we've hired the 9 for the station. What we will have to hire I just heard we're having 2 more retire in May, another one possibly in June. So I'll have to hire for the retirees, but that's the only people we'll have to hire for. So it just depends on how many people decide to retire this year. But my plan is to hire some in like September, so that are trained, ready to go in November, so we're fully staffed when that station opens. And right now, before any retirements, we're fully staffed right now, so.
And right now, do you have those extra officers just at different
Yeah,
stations throughout the
until
city?
November, we'll have a little extra, which part of what we're gonna do is we're gonna deploy maybe one more crew out on wildland, because we'll have a little extra resources there. That'll help us, let us go out and help other communities that are in need of fire protection. And then, it should help us a little with our overtime. So we have continuous staffing and we're not running our minimums all the time.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Bogdan?
And so those 9 that you have the grant for, what, you mentioned hiring 3 per year. Does that start next year or does that start this year?
Are you referring to the 3 that we budgeted for?
Well, didn't you have a grant for 9?
Yeah,
And then that was only for 3 years.
yes.
And so instead of us having to come up with the money all in 3 years for all 9 of those, weren't you gonna phase those at 3, 3, and 3?
Yeah, the plan is to try to budget for 3, 3, and 3. We've hired the 9 already because they're paid for through the grant. And then the budget with John Borgia, we're in our budget is the money for 3 per year. And that's subject to the city budget coming out and being able to allow for that every year. But right now the plan is to try to hire for 3 per year. Not hire.
But put it in the budget.
Put it in the budget, so that at the end of the 3 years, we're fully ready for the cost.
And so is that covered for 3 of them for this year? Is that in the budget for 3 of them for this year, or is that gonna
Well,
start next
they
year?
haven't presented the budget yet, so when they present us the budget, should have 3 in it for this year, but we'll see.
Yeah, and the plan is to try to budget for those firefighters in this year. There's been some negotiation on whether that's 3 or 2, and there's just a lot of discussions going on in the city budget, just because it's a tight year.
Right.
So, but the plan is to try to get them in there, and I believe they are so far.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Rachel Whipple.
Thank you.
So I was reading through the community risk assessment, your plan. Again, because I think we got this one last year too to look at. And I wanted to ask you about the occupation inspections and if you're able to follow the recommended schedule for all of those.
So this year we've started a new software program. It's called the LIVE program, and that our fire inspectors do all new inspections. What we haven't done a great job of, and it's in this report, is follow-up inspections with existing businesses. We're instigating crew level inspections that are going to start happening this year every month. So I can't say that we'll get 100% of them, but we'll get a lot more of them than we have in the past, starting now.
Yeah. I know there's at least one business in my neighborhood where we've wanted regular inspections. And I'm not sure if those are happening. I know there's been some frustration.
Yeah, if maybe you could tell me the business and I can make sure that it gets done, I have a guess, but.
Yeah, Lynn Schofield and I talk about this one all the time.
Yeah, so I do know that one gets some attention. That's probably not a crew level inspection. That's bigger than what a crew's gonna do. That's probably more for our fire prevention office.
Okay.
I'll make sure it gets looked at. I do believe that one does get inspected annually.
Yeah, but I was looking at the chart and some of these were much more frequent than annual for the recommendation on the inspection frequency. And I just didn't know which businesses fall in those different categories and things like that.
Yeah, I don't, with our staffing level, there's no way we're gonna get more than 1 a year.
So at this point, these standards are aspirational.
Yes, I mean, there's suggestions and great suggestions, but honestly, with the amount of calls we respond to, the training we have to do, there's just not enough time of the day to get all of that many inspections done.
Right.
Without hiring more fire prevention people, which isn't in the cards right now, so.
Do you think the fire that you had over this weekend, that could have been mitigated by an inspection?
I don't know that it could have been mitigated, but if we had been in there and saw the propane tanks were stored inside, that could have certainly reduced the amount of damage if those were seen and removed.
So is this the kind of like PSA, like, by the way, people, don't keep your propane tanks inside?
Yeah, very bad storage idea. No propane tank should be stored inside.
All right, any more questions for Chief? Thank you so much, Chief Hedman.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Great question.
All right, next, a presentation regarding the 2025 budget of police. This will be presented by Chief Troy Beebe.
I want to start off by commenting just a little bit on the arsenal. There's something.
Chief, you mean the arson from this, is it that this weekend or from the arsonist who got?
This is the one that Chief Hedman referred to that we teamed up on. And, sorry, say again. The opportunity that we have to work together as a team, and the response that we have from fire and police, and not only just that, but the city in general as a team is remarkable. I'm a new chief, and having the opportunity to witness the teamwork and the ability to respond to the community's needs is amazing. So Chief Hedman is an amazing man to work with. And that is, that's not a part of my presentation. But you know, as far as departments goes, in the city, he's number 2 straight across. I talked about police department. This is one of the things that I love to talk about. The men and women of the police department do amazing things also. And the structure, we're currently at 123 sworn and 67 non-sworn crossing guards. Our goals are to hire the best. We've made some changes in doing badge pinnings in front of council for the reason of highlighting what we choose as the best. And you get to see and hear a very short bio of some very intelligent and compassionate human beings. They show that in the service that they give the city. We continue to work with our city partners. We fully believe in community policing and being a part of the solution, and having our community partners come to the city once a week and meeting and discussing even down to specific individuals and how we're able to support them and help them is great. And we are committed to utilizing technology to be a force multiplier in how we do things. We're constantly trying to be the point of the spear in training and utilizing what's out there. And I'll talk about a little bit more about our flock and some of the things that we're doing to us. Almost busy, and we have, I did a 10-year average for dispatch calls because I feel like 2020 was anomaly. This gives you kind of a little broader look at it. But into dispatch, excuse me, receive 205 calls a day, and 32 of them are 911 calls, their most crucial moments. So those are makes for a busy day. Some of our accomplishments. I'm gonna swell a little bit here. Accreditation. We, as a police department, do best practice. We're tested by the Utah Chiefs of Police Association. They ensure that we are using our policies and procedures and that we are doing it correctly. And we have received our accreditation renewal. Our hearing members there. Flock was amazing. I expressed to you all the different incidents that we've used Flock for and how we've utilized that to reduce investigation times, reduce overtime, and to make Provo a much safer place. Because I truly feel that when we catch these individuals, they have a network of communication also, and they have Provo. And that's been a constant thread with the Special Enforcement Team and Utah County Major Crimes Task Force. Is when they travel past the point of the mountain this way, they know they're in the danger zone and danger of being apprehended and held accountable for their actions. We've had an increase in the fentanyl seizures. We've had an officer that was exposed and had medical treatment because of it. We've had a lot of things surround the drug issues in our community. And this team, the Special Enforcement Team and the Utah County Major Crimes Task Force that Provo started and was major partners in, have done some amazing work. Airport policing, we continue to support that. We added one of the officers that we received last year out of the airport and reduced the amount of overtime. It's been well received there. Some of the other things I won't read off, but their community involvement and cops and barbers, the police Olympics, the cops and brats, they're all opportunity to be a part of the community and be very involved, if you will. Not just someone to call in your crucible moments, but someone to call to ask for help and those little things as well as the big ones.
Counselor George Hanley.
I'm just curious about these statistics here. There's some pretty alarming jumps. Looks like with marijuana, cocaine, pharmaceuticals. What are THC cartridges?
So they are those vapes.
Oh, okay.
And they're utilizing THC in the vapes.
I see. Anyway, and the fentanyl, of course, is just, that we read about, but the others, I was not aware that there was a significant increase there. Is that because we have more officers, or is there also an increase in
No, I
crime?
think and I'm going off of just experience, so it's dangerous.
Yeah.
I should look into the actual, but when we have surrounding states that have legalized it, and the marijuana specifically, and where we have, to an extent, I think it becomes more accessible and more accepted. And so that's my explanation to that. But regardless, we are still enforcing the law, and we run into it, continue.
Yeah. Does that, if you continue to see that kind of rise on those things, is there more preventative strategies and education programs that we ought to consider? Or I'm just curious what those curves indicate in terms of the next year to 5 years?
I think our enforcement is where it needs to be. It's continually enforcing the law. But all of those other activities that I referenced are not just focused on us rubbing elbows, they also are learning opportunities. And it is very simply with the Police Olympics, as part of that is a obstacle course, and we use drug addiction and drug awareness as part of that. And we communicate those things often in our PSAs, through social media, especially with fentanyl recently. And that's kind of our approach.
Thank you.
So with our funded and unfunded, we had road barriers. We were able to receive a private donation for quite a lion's share of the road barriers. And so those are what they are. They look like jacks you would play as a kid. Or if you were storming Normandy, you would see jacks on the beach. These are similar, they're car stoppers, and they're utilized to keep cars from being weaponized. And our parades, our freedom festivals, our large events, these are preventative measures that we can put in place. And they were utilized, they're not just for us. I made them available to the chiefs of the valley. And so they were utilized in Spanish Fork for their Christmas light parade, I guess is how, where they, the year previous, had a DUI driver going on the parade route, strike at one of the animals. And that's what we were able to utilize the funding and utilize those barriers for upcoming events for us. Block license plate reader, I've already spoke to you of that, and I'll just repeat that it's been a game changer and amazing technology for us. Taser 10 program, our tasers were very outdated, and the new Taser 10s are more effective, and we were able to show a video of how it saved a citizen. Also an officer recently. So these tools that we utilize are very beneficial. We were to receive 3 officers last year. Those officers, one was utilized out at the airport, the rest of them were in patrol. Some of our unfunded we may talk about a little bit more, but the contract for Axon is enormous, and the one that we'll look at other options for these, the cameras in and out of the cars and such.
Chief, when you said one officer was for the airport, does that mean the airport is paying for that then?
The airport does fund a portion of it.
Okay, so it's shared. Okay.
Our full-time victim advocate position, that's grant funded, and we lost the grant last year. We continue to fund it with with personnel purchase. And so we are now reapplied for that grant and waiting for the results.
I was in the CBDG presentation. I know that you guys received $36,000 for the victim assistance position. Was that money you're expecting, or like, will that cover somewhat the grant money you lost, or?
That may be very specific to what it was granted for in the victim's advocate positions. The position itself was funded through our personnel overages.
Okay.
And so the application that we're putting in for will fund that. But again, this grant application or this grant specifically has more people for less money, so it's getting more competitive and rolling up our sleeves.
So what will the CB, exactly what will that money go towards?
I have to research more.
Okay.
We did look at a language incentive for those officers that do speak Spanish, so mainly Spanish. And that program in and of itself has gone through quite a bit of research lately, and how we would implement it. There is some inequities in the amount of calls officers take who speak Spanish versus those that don't. So it's a benefit that we're doing some more research with that.
Could you just say a little more about what that is exactly? So that to incentivize the learning of Spanish by other officers?
Yes.
Okay.
And those that have it, that ability would be compensated according to the level they're at. So if they're conversational, they would receive $50 a month because they're able to do a traffic stop, move through an investigation and such. And then as they move forward, it's the numbers that easily we would do was 50, 100, 150 according to your levels. So that testing would be done according to BYU's standard of testing out of a program. And then we would receive, and we did testing. We had several of those that speak Spanish come in and test using BYU's method. And we feel that it was very comparable to where we would want to be. For example, Captain Walcott said that he would be on the lower level, passed the test at a lower level, just self-taught Spanish and able to still test out a couple of those is commendable, but that's the process. That's the process.
Do you have incentive programs when you're advertising to fill a new position? Do you offer incentives for Spanish speaking applicants?
No, just we don't incentivize them. We give them credit. We ask that question, you speak a second language. There's not an incentive. We do want to have a retention aspect to it. So there's others that do incentivize. So we don't currently like to.
Councilor Christensen.
So in other words, if a candidate speaks Spanish, they're just more competitive as a candidate.
Yes.
But there's no starting salary difference.
That's correct.
Councilor Whipple.
So I think you mentioned that the officers you have who are bilingual end up doing more work. Is that right?
Some of them.
Some of
yes,
them.
Those patrol officers do. They take more calls for service. We have about 25% Spanish speaking population. I'll say a quarter. I'm being generous there. And within our police department, that's the number that we came up with, is about 25% that speak Spanish. So we're within our realm of where we need to be. But we want to be able to have more of an impact in that. And with some of the things we're doing to utilize the language and come closer partnerships with that culture is a Spanish-speaking cops and boppers. So one of the days will be just Spanish speakers on our department up there with those selected from the school district to come, and then those within the department that are learning will be immersed in just Spanish speaking too. So just in help there. But it is a benefit for us to be able to keep officers learning and keep them moving in a direction to support that.
Yeah, but you're not seeing additional stress on those bilingual officers. They're not, or are they feeling, you know, more overworked, more likely to get burnt out because they're getting these additional calls?
Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And so we need to have a bigger pool of Spanish speakers to reduce the stress on the ones we already have.
Yes.
Okay. Are there retention issues in that?
No.
Okay.
I don't see a whole line of Spanish speakers lining up the door to leave. But what I do hear a lot of is inequities with calls. So they're called often on if an officer does a traffic stop on a Spanish speaker, they're calling for assistance to communicate. And you do have language line, you do have other technology that's available, but there's nothing to replace face-to-face.
Yeah.
And so that's what we do. We bring, especially when there's questions of legal matter with regard to traffic stops and such, they want that, and so do we. So.
Okay, thank you.
What our needs are, and this is based upon the 2030 vision and what council had talked about previously. We're asking for 2 more officers. Each position, the initial was estimated at $209,000, and ongoing is $120,000. And John can correct those if I'm off on some of those, but those are the costs. The language incentive is something we're still working on, but we put that there because that's the cost that we estimate we have as far as Spanish speakers. And that's what we're looking at. We have other funding possibilities for that. Staffing this is where we're at. We have 123 that are allotted to us. Our attrition rate over the last year has been between 113 and 115. And I feel like that's consistent throughout. And if we want to be at 123, we need to add, we need to be at 130. As far as positions available, we hire that many, we'll have this constant. So it's about 8-ish officers that we have in attrition. Retire, decide police work is too stressful and leave. One thing or another. The retirements we can kind of gauge if they let us know. But they can quit in 2 weeks, and it takes 10 months for me to replace them. So the attrition rate is right around 8. If we talk about how we're going to do this, which references the national average and per capita, I've made mention before that we work off the workload instead, because it's more adaptable to what Provo is. It's a great community. And so we have less public safety need in a great community. But if we were to go the national average, I put the numbers up there. So we need 141 more cops to go to the national average. In Utah's average of 1.2 per 1,000, we need 15 more police officers. That's per capita. Our workload.
Is part of the reason we get away with less because we also have the BYU police? Does that change our numbers?
No, not at
they're
all.
worthless.
I wouldn't say that. But in these numbers, yes. They don't respond to calls for service in Provo City. They do on the campus.
Yeah.
They take care of their campus. And they are partners. We call on them for Spanish assist. But that's it.
Yeah.
And
But
so-
the fact that they're able to take care of campus, does that relieve some of the stress on your department?
Absolutely.
I'm just,
We would still respond to campus on calls for service. And they require us to be the backup, if you will. So that we have active MOUs, those of understanding. We understand that that's their campus and they take care of it. But it's also within Provo City, and we also are charged with taking care of it. So there's a balance there.
okay.
We work well together.
Yeah, it's admirable that we're able to operate at such a good level of service with fewer officers. And I was trying to see if, there are what the factors are that make that possible.
The soberest, say that right, university in
Stone
the
cold
nation,
sober.
and a community of people that have, that are amazing.
You show Utah average at about 1.2. What's Orem, Lehigh, Springville, like neighboring Utah County?
I'm pulling from memory from last year. I think I put that on from last year. And I can tell you. I know that
Order of magnitude difference, or are they pretty close to us?
Orem's fairly close. I think they're at over 100 officers this year. Allotted. I don't know where they're at.
Yeah.
But they're right around 100. So they're less than we are. We're usually compared with West Valley, St. George. Those are who we do our circles with.
We're close to the Utah average.
We're right around third largest in the state, so it's West Valley numbers they're greater than we are. And I think there's statistics which show the need for that. Our workload study, I'll be very quick. I know you guys are time is probably doing there.
We're good.
Okay. Our workload study is based off reactive versus proactive. And I like 60-40, that's my number. 60% reactive, 40% proactive is what I'd like to be at. If you work across this chart, these are the number of officers that are assigned. Does not take into account days off, sickness, any of those things. I take this and I use February and August as the months, because February is low stat month and August is the highest stat month. It's just based off of those two. These are the officers that are on duty and the workload according to calls for service, and then the time, what time they're at. The SI it's called the saturation index, but I call it the stress index. It's based on the stress of the officer. As you go forward, our threshold is 60%. To make 60% is the number of officers that need to be on, and where we have shift overlaps, there's more officers there. We would need 8 officers, basically what this is saying, to get 60-40 or they're close to it. And we're working towards that with your help, with the 5-year plan and how we're staffing. That's going to what matters. As good as this community is and where we're at with officers, being proactive is difficult. And you'll see that in regard to traffic enforcement. Our traffic team is, they have really cool shiny BMW motorcycles that they're able to go out and enforce high density traffic with. Yet they're taking calls for service more than 60% of the time. So the time frame in which when your constituents give you a complaint about speeding, which none of them do, guaranteed. That's where that's going. Because we're responding to calls for service more than 60% of the time than spending time on those streets enforcing that. What are those signs on the graph? That's very similar to.
Brian has a question.
Not a question, I apologize for interrupting you, Chief, but I just wanted to make a comment because of the conversation I was having with the council this week. I think that last graph is really instructive because I know that you get comments from constituents about why can't the police just do X?
Yep.
And when you look at that graph, you see what the impact would be of even just asking one officer to do something something specific. Anyway, just because I was having the conversation this week, I mentioned that.
This kind of goes into one of the quality of life issues that we have in Provo is traffic accidents. So our traffic team, that's basically explained it. But traffic accidents, they're based upon population, of course. If I were to blow that up, which you could see that according to population in the valley, those are all of the cities and their traffic accidents on the bottom. I would love to jump from where we are down about 3. And doing so, will be a huge success in the quality of life here.
We're the second one on that chart on the bottom.
Which I apologize.
Top 3.
Yeah.
So you
Fancy stuff.
can circle us.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is
You're the first person to use it. We're
We
thrilled.
want you to do that.
Exactly how I felt. In conclusion, our requests are for police officers for staff. I don't think that comes as any surprise. That's where we are. The costs, according to my numbers, are $418 for the 2 police officers initially. That's equipment, cars, and such. One of the things that we do cover in that is the police department does their fair share of grant seeking. Last year, we received a $2.9 million for our fleet, and it's amazing. I believe the check's written. I haven't got
It's written.
It's written. I just haven't got the acceptance letter for it yet. But very excited about that. So portions of how this works is us working very hard to help mitigate the costs. We're not a revenue generator, and it's very difficult to quantify what love is on this side with this. So it's very hard to do that.
The mayor has a comment.
I'm just gonna say, you'll notice with Edmund and actually with every director, they're gonna reference this idea of finding free money. It's been a top priority for me as mayor, and they don't say we're preaching about that. There's free money out there. So we're gonna go grab it because there's no reason they should go to another city and not come to Provo. So the directors have been amazing. The money they're finding and the grants and the earmarks we're going after, just getting ready to submit again for free money back our earmarks. It's just the momentum has really picked up over the past 3 years with the different department. Every department's going to tasking. So it's really helpful.
Yeah. I have noticed that, and it is a huge, huge difference.
I mean, that $50 million from FEMA is the largest grant has ever been. But again, that was free money that was put on the shelf. Darn right, we're gonna go fight for it.
Well, it's taxpayer money, but it's gonna go somewhere, so we might as well get it. Because it's gonna, yeah, we're not paying any more.
Millions of
Right.
dollars every year by doing this amazing process.
Counselor Hanlon?
And that said, of course, funding new officers perpetually, right? I think one message we should be sending to our constituents, not only going along with what Brian was saying, is if we want better service, we need more officers, and we will not get more officers unless we're willing to pay for it. So it's a hard conversation I think we have to have as a council and with the public about, whether or not we are willing to pony up, because it does cost money, and we do have to decide that that's a high enough priority. So anyway.
George, you should be really proud of yourself, because you're the one left on the council that really fought for this 2 officers a year ongoing. And so kudos to you.
Well, thank you, but I'm hoping we can keep that going. Anyway, thanks.
As I said before, when I started, this is incredible to be part of a team, have common goals and give and take on the teams. It's been very amazing to work with the mayor and to get to know Scott and his energy and direction. Provo's in a great place, and I'm very, I don't say that as it's funny because I'm a director, so I'm at the will of the administration. I will not be leveraged by that in these comments. So that's from here. It is amazing to be a part of this team. They are doing great work with the funding that. Question.
Councilor Whipple.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, is animal control under your department?
Yes.
So do we have enough animal control officers?
We just lost one.
So we do not now. Oh, no.
We have to hire, go through the process. But they are one of the highest, if you look at the stats of the police department, they're one of the highest calls for service. And the team that we have currently do a lot. They're constantly working at a very high level. With one missing or one vacant for a period of time, it'd be a large impact. We've been very focused on what I presented, and that is our public safety and the police officers. You bring up a very good point. The animal control officers need some attention, and my intent is to do that. And it was brought forward with some of the requests from council on dog waste and leash laws and such, and being able to put that face forward and evaluate. What's interesting is when it's ran so well, it tends to be ignored. And I won't say that we've ignored them, but they do need to be evaluated.
Yeah, so they've been pushing along with their resources, but they could probably use a little bit more support. I had a great interaction with animal control a few years ago when they came and picked up a mink I caught in my backyard. So they were happy to take that thing in the cat crate I put it in and take it away. So they were great.
We're talking about beavers.
Don't get me started on raccoons.
Councilor Bogdan.
Chief, so is your overtime for the airport being picked up by the airport budget, or is that being picked up by your budget?
It's being picked up by the airport.
By the airport? And then I thought I read someplace in your materials about dash cams.
Yes. We don't currently have dash cams. When we moved over to the new building, the old system that we had was not functional. It wasn't worth keeping. It was an L3 system. So we meet the needs with body cameras, and we meet legislative needs with those, interviews, interrogations, things. Would it be beneficial? Yes. We do have a grant we can look at now for savings over this. We're looking at what the Axon is one of the vendors for that, and they're incredibly expensive. That's what we currently have, those as far as body cams and everything works together. But there are other options. There are other jump, and right now we're very good.
So it's not a pressing issue, and it's not like what I was reading. So the lawyer staff and everything is okay, just with the body cam footage.
Yeah, and we just finished up the sheriff's trial, which is a big deal for us. A lot of the body cam footage was shown in the judicial trial. There were some that were from other agencies of the vehicle dash camera footage. So you can see that there's a benefit there with the cost versus the need. We'll have to assess it and see.
Thank you.
All right, anything else for Chief?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
Use my big boy voice.
We will do a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 1:15. We'll come back at 1:15, so a 14-minute break.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
They are so good. They're my new favorite thing. Okay, so no, you have to. So someone gave it to me for birthday, and then I just went and bought like 2 bags of them yesterday.
Just a couple. Oh, that's good.
Come on.
I'm good. Okay.
Oh, I don't even like almonds, and I love these. They're so good. Aren't they amazing? Have more.
Just two more. That's good.
I've already eaten almost whole bag myself, so. Doing the 5-year CIP report and revenue update. And it will be presented by John Borgett, the Director of Administrative Services. Can you introduce yourself for us?
Yes, I am the upgraded John Morgan.
Whoa!
I'm actually right. The CIP was actually my baby to put together, so I get to run with you.
Awesome.
Wow. So here's CIP. If you'll just click, I have the clicker. How to kind of navigate the CIP book, we can go through that. We also added percentage of the arts this year to include in the CIP book. You can review and see what projects are urgent, what projects are new, how they'll affect the operating budget, and then also just particular interests. This year we kind of did it a little differently. We separated out funded versus non-funded and had them on completely different pages and in completely different sections of the book. So funded is actually projects we have all the funding to complete the project. The partially funded and unfunded are kind of wish lists, and we're trying to get funding for it. So percentage of the arts, what finance did is we went with the administration and went over the code to try to understand it, and we flagged what CIP projects actually affected by the percentage of arts. And we sent those to the Art Council for their review, and that's where it'll move on after that. One of the projects that was actually flagged was the new sidewalk project, and you can see that the dollar amount would be the $7,500, I believe it was. Yeah.
Is it, I've heard that there's confusion about what should be done for percentage of the arts and what shouldn't. Is there a clear understanding between directors and finance, what should be?
I feel like we kind of came to a good understanding of reading it. Would be nice if there was better clarification in the code. We kind of understood it as any new projects going forward. Right. And it also depends on what's the funding source.
Right, yep.
Also, is it like a replacing an infrastructure that's already existing? Because that's not really considered a new.
Yep.
So I feel like we have any underground was excluded. That was also listed in the code.
Okay.
So, and we're more than happy to review it to see if maybe there's projects that were missed that should have been submitted.
Okay. I would just say for any directors listening, I hear they listen sometimes. We'd love to hear if you have concerns that this is too much of your budget, or if you have questions about what things are, please feel free to inform us. Because this is a new thing, right? So how it's working and how it is working for them budget-wise, we do want to hear that feedback.
Yeah, that would be great. We just kind of left that conversation to be with the Arts Council and the structures.
Councilor Bogdan.
So
is that supposed to be used for just whatever the Covey Center wants to use it for, or the Arts Council wants to use it for, or is it like specific like statues and like art around the art structures, like a statue of Travis Ball maybe, or
Some people would consider that art. It was my understanding at reading the code that it's for that specific area where that project is being done. They also have the ability to go and present to the Arts Council saying, this is what we're doing in place of that percentage, and this is our art for that project. Like a great example that Scott brought up was the fountain. It's part of the art. And if the council approves that it's a portion of the art and it meets their standards, then they don't need to pay that percentage. But if it doesn't, then they can pay that percentage, and it should be for that area. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't, the idea was that it could go for the area, but I think they could also pay into a fund, and then that money could be used by the Arts Council to do art installations and other things throughout the city.
The bigger thing.
Okay.
Right. And so like for sidewalks, I remember when we were doing 3rd South between University and 7th East, one thing the neighborhood really wanted was art on the sidewalk, right? So poetry or stamps or something. And UDOT was like, no, that's not in any plan anywhere. No, absolutely not. But that's the kind of thing that, you know, for sidewalk could count for an art portion of the budget. And then they wouldn't put the money into the pot for other art things.
The council would just have to approve the Arts Council.
The Arts Council, yeah,
Yes.
not us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. On here, you'll see listed on the CIP, we classify them into 3 different categories. You have your critical, your necessary, and your aspirational. You'll see that under necessary, it goes ahead and lists out the different funding sources that we have as well. Which projects are new is there's a column on the main page for CIP, and it'll actually tell you yes or no. On these yeses, we did pay attention to those to see if they actually met the standard of a new project and not like a new, we're going ahead and sorry if I can even think right now, if we're going to actually go and take this existing project and turn it around and give it improvements, anything like that. Which projects will affect the operating budget? It's listed, there's a column that says operating impact. It's listed out to A, B, C, and D. So that's an easy way for you to go ahead on that main page. Here's an example of the main page that shows you, here's your priority levels, your operating budget, what they mean, also the funding sources. So it's all right there to view. But if you want to go ahead and break it down to each individual project, here's an example of the west side sewer lines. Here's what the top portion of it is. Most of the time an image is included. Here's a description of what the project is, what department, what the name is of it. Up top is where we had it flag if it's a new project or going on to previous years. Then right here will tell you your funding source and all throughout the 5-year on when we receive that funding source and the expenses and when they're paid out. On the bottom, it'll actually tell you how projects related and how it's going to impact the operating budget. Here's a list of what was recognized as particular interests that might want to be talked about or discussed further. And I actually asked the departments who actually create this wonderful stuff. I just put it together. And they'll be able to go ahead and answer any questions that you have. Yes. Looking too fast. You're welcome. Yes. Yes. To think a great example, and jump in if you want to, Kelsey or John, are grants. We have some grants that are actually awarded to us. We know what the total dollar amount is. We may not get all that money reimbursed to us at that time. So we do the work and then go ahead and request the reimbursement, situations like that. So we have the funding source will work, get the money up front, or we have to go ahead and do the work and go ahead and request for the money to come back.
Okay, but if it's coming from, say, taxes or impact fees, we have to wait till all the funds are collected or accrued before we do the work. Yeah, it's Mike working.
Well, the impact fees, typically, most of the time we've collected the impact fees in advance of the project. So then we're just spending them specifically for the project. But we do have some certain situations where we may actually spend the money in advance and then collect the impact fees afterwards. But we do show on the report specifically what the revenue sources are and what the costs are. And with like the wastewater treatment plant, where there were multiple sources and the project occurred over multiple years, and they would be listed that way on the CIP report.
Maybe to add a third option to that, it can also be incremental also, in that you can do a project as the funding comes in and just, you know,
do
phase it over
Like the
that same
sports
time
park.
frame. Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. For sure.
Councilor Whipple.
All right, so I was curious.
Done with your presentation?
Or do you have more?
Okay.
Go ahead, question.
So I compared the 5-year CIP plan from last year that we got with the one from this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I only spent a couple hours on it, so I haven't gone through all of it in depth. But some things were really interesting to me. So looking at the water CIP, I see that for this year, our estimate is significantly lower than we thought it would be last year. But then the next 2 years are much, much higher than have been projected in previous years. Is that just where we're trying to make up the budget shortfall this year and then hoping that in the next couple of years, we'll be able to almost double what it is? Jimmy?
No, that's, in the future years, they're probably not all funded yet. We could probably do a better job of splitting those out to partially funded, but they are, you know, next year our CIP probably won't be as high as it's showing. In water, that's one place where we struggle to break up the partially funded. We never fund more than we were going to receive revenue for, and we have to watch that every year, how much revenue we get and how we balance that with our rates. But yeah, we don't expect to double.
Okay, because this is one of the line items or the pages where we had the most drastic differences.
Yeah.
You felt that.
Yes, and I see that. And when we sit down every year, we see where revenues are coming in and where the bids are coming at, and we have to reprioritize to fit the funding that we expect.
Okay, so then the next question is about projects that get dropped from the CIP plan. So do you have a list of all of the projects that not were completed, but are just no longer on the CIP list?
That's not something that we've tracked. I don't know, we could probably compare to the past couple of years and see which ones continue to make the CIP list. And I think that that's probably what our unfunded wish list turns into.
Well, so looking at the Parks Department specifically, there were some in the 2023 that we got done, so they're no longer on here, like the Quail Orchard Park, right? We got that one done, woohoo, some bridge improvements. But Memorial Park bathroom, which was on the 5-year CIP last year, does not appear in the 2024 CIP plan. And I think the Slate Canyon Park master plan also didn't get carried over. And so I'd like to know about the decision, who made the decision to drop those from the CIP plan and why they're no longer still in like the unfunded category.
John Menderson with Parks and Recreation. I can speak to Memorial Park. That particular funding was conditioned on a grant that was not awarded. We are reapplying for that. It should show up in the 2025 budget as a project that we've actually applied for this funding round, and so it could show up either it'll be this calendar year, so that kind of spans 2 fiscal years. With Slate Canyon, the master planning is ongoing, so it's carried over. I'm not sure if you have that column on the left where funds have been already allocated. They're not reallocated the following year, but they're held in that cost to date column for that master planning effort there.
Yeah, and perhaps I missed it because by splitting it into the funded and unfunded, it made it much more difficult to do a comparison between the 2-year plans.
That's great feedback.
Yeah,
Totally.
I mean, it's nice to be able to see at a
easier
glance
now.
what is funded, but for this comparison purposes, and so I was looking in both sections in the parks to see if those 2 projects were in there, and I did see it, but it's entirely possible I missed it. But I also think it's entirely possible that the memorial bathroom is not in this new plan.
It's been applied for
Okay.
funds.
Good.
I'm waiting on approval for the grant.
Yeah, did you?
Yes. I would just make a couple of comments. First of all, the CIP is a working document. It's interesting, in an ideal world, in a lot of situations, the year 1 of the CIP will match what's in your operating budget. But even because things are evolving and changing all the time, quite often they don't match. And so it's because of just the nature of long-term planning and getting new information and changing, this is just kind of taking a snapshot that we delivered to the council the 1st of March. So I would mention that. The other thing I would mention is that we have had some challenges in the past with the funded and unfunded projects, and we've looked at some best practices. And that's why we decided this year to break them out so that we know exactly what's funded and what's planned, but that's something that could be adjusted. So anyway, just a couple of items of feedback.
Yeah, I think the breakout is helpful just for that comparison with her. And I will say I was really impressed at how close you were able to be from last year's estimates to this year's estimate. I mean, with construction costs and everything changing, really impressive at how close a lot of those numbers were.
That's the department, yeah.
Yeah, good job.
And the other thing I would just add too is that in finance, we, have the opportunity to kind of put this information together, but we rely heavily on each of the departments and their experience and their expertise and their updating. And so this really is the department's report that's compiled by finance.
Okay, I had a couple questions. On the CIP with the airport, I noticed that we need a fence, but that's not a funded thing, but it said that we need a fence with the FAA. How long are we legally allowed to not have the fence, seeing as we do not have it and we do not have it funded?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Bicentennial Park. Now, that's supposed to be paid for by the land of Buckley Draw once it's sold. And my understanding was that that's under contract and very close to be. Is that true, that that's about to be sold or sold?
It is.
It is, okay. So that money, that could be soon in our future then to do Bicentennial Park? Okay. Next question. In engineering, the shoreline temporary asphalt trail. Now, I was surprised to see this is in the unfunded because I heard it was funded and I heard it was just we couldn't do the real sidewalks, we couldn't fund that, but we were gonna fund this asphalt trail for the kids to walk on for this safe route to school for shoreline. But it's not funded, so I'm just curious about that.
We're funded by UDOT grant to do some sidewalk in front of the shoreline school. We have about $100,000. And we intend to spend it this year. That should be out to bid this month to be constructed. So is that what you're looking at, or is there some other?
Well, whatever sidewalk wasn't possible, that we couldn't afford, was supposed to be an asphalt trail, and I thought and I don't know how far that 100,000 will go. From what I've heard, it won't go far.
It's not gonna go, it's gonna go one block, so.
But there was 2 blocks. Is the picture on that? No.
Yeah, well, so part of the thing is we've got this Shoreline Middle School temporary asphalt path and the school-related sidewalk funding in the unfunded portion, but we also have in the funded portion, school-related sidewalk and pedestrian improvements. And we're just wondering if those are talking about the same things or different things?
Okay, I know what that is. So what happened is, we looked at what we felt was necessary or should be done for the opening of the new schools. And it was quite a bit of money. And so what we did do is we showed it as unfunded, but we can fund a portion of that we brought into funded. So we didn't want to say we were funding all the sidewalk. So the majority of the sidewalk that we're showing in the safe walking plan, safe walking route is unfunded. However, we have that $722,000 that we are going to fund some of the safe walking route. I don't know if that answers your question well.
Is our solution still doing an asphalt path or are we doing sidewalks?
So we're doing an asphalt path and we're doing sidewalks. We're doing a combination of everything. So where we're doing the concrete is where we're teaming up with public utilities, with change groups, putting in storm drain, and we needed to do that to put in the curb and gutter. So it made sense to put sidewalk on those occasions. Elsewhere, we're putting in asphalt because it's too expensive to put storm drain in. So each project is going to have its own solution. And since it's so big and so many, from the council, we heard if we get any extra money, we're going to throw it back at this project. And we never want to show it funded when only we're taking a portion of it and funding it. So you're probably going to likely see an unfunded portion for many years, and yet we're going to pull out funded portions each year as well. And that may be confusing. Maybe we need to look at maybe doing that differently.
I think an interesting thing for the council to hear, Gary and Craig and I went to that, I always say it wrong, CDBG fund thing. Yeah. And what was interesting was that the citizens on that panel put all the money into sidewalks and walking, and they did not fund any of the safe routes to school. So I did ask Melissa, because normally we're given, that stuff we vote on for CD, and we don't know what we didn't vote on. You know what I mean? We didn't know what the other options were. So I did tell her that it would be very handy when she came to report to us to also show what the other options were that weren't voted for. So in the end, we're making an informed decision, not just agreeing with whatever the citizen panel said. And I'm not saying the citizen panel did it wrong, but it was just interesting considering the things we've talked about. It was sidewalks for BYU students that were approved and nothing for safe routes to school. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Councilor Hanley.
Yeah, I just had a question about 1450 East and the proposed connector to Seven Peaks Boulevard. I've had a couple of conversations with the mayor about it, but I'm just curious what the status of that is, whether or not the construction of the new school is accelerating that. And I know Mayor and I had talked about having a public meeting, maybe, or an informational meeting for the neighbors in that area to talk about it. But on the sheet that it's listed as there's no funding at all, but then in some other page there's $250,000, and I just didn't know what the timeline was, where the funding's coming from, what your sense is how soon that conversation needs to happen. And I'm sure you're really looking forward to it, right?
So what we did is we put together a proposal to MAG to fund for a grant to fund the Seven Peaks connector. We didn't get the grant, so there's a portion of it still looking maybe next cycle, which is another year and a half away, to look to try to get funding. We feel like there's a reason to do this because there seems to be some interest by the residents because of the school and what's going on. However, we're torn because I really think that maybe independence is a higher priority in the city as a whole. But if we get some grant money, we put some money in there to do a match if we got the funding. If we don't get the match, we won't use.
So it's at least a year and a half away before we would even have the conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless we want to fund through some other means, but yeah, from that, that's what we're thinking.
Yeah, there, as you know, there's been some conversation. I don't know how extensive it's been. It's a pretty controversial issue in that neighborhood.
I've had people on both sides of this.
Yeah.
And both have very strong.
Yes, they do. They do. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I at some point, I think the you know, the school raises new questions about the desirability of it, but maybe it's wise in any case that we wait a little bit to see what the school commute situation looks like.
How everything
But
works out, yeah.
in my mind, there's some reason to think, look, whatever traffic doesn't have to go down to the school would be better if it didn't.
Right, we felt like we had some traction initially when we were working with ag, but as we went through the rating process and it kind of funded, so it's not.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I have another quick little question. So going back to parks. So last year's budget, it clearly identified it as a RAP tax as a source of funding, and this year it just says tax. Is that still RAP tax?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how is it determined that the bulk of, like, how the RAP tax is distributed among these projects? You know, there's a ton going to the Covey, some to parks. Like, how is that balance determined?
When the RAP tax was, the initiative was kind of presented to the public for adoption, we laid out a plan as to the percentages which those funds would be allocated. And so what we do is every year is we track to see how closely we're matching with those original promises and make sure that we adjust each year. So depending on RAP tax revenue and impact fees and a combination of all the projects we've got and how those funds can be allocated. We usually divide those up. We really hustle, get scrappy, go out for grants to match and extend those dollars as far as possible. But really with those, you know, we just go back to, I think it was the 13% of the RAP tax goes to arts funding. We go back to that and make sure that we're matching that original promise, that original distribution.
But that original promise isn't codified anywhere, right? Is it?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But it's kind of the plan that we're going off of back in 2015. We rolled that out. And it's the same approach that we would take in 2025.
Yeah.
We ask the public to redo that opportunity.
But for the arts, it seems like most of that arts is going just to the Covey, not other art programs.
There's a grant program that I think $25,000 a year goes to arts grants,
Which is minuscule relative to the amount going to the Covey.
which is the amount that was agreed to as part of that original.
A specific price amount was agreed to?
Yeah, we just decided that $25,000 each year would be something that the Arts Council again would vote on and fund individual arts programming throughout the city.
Okay.
So the Covey Center is the largest arts
Beneficiary,
beneficiary of the RAP tax, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for helping me understand that.
Sure.
Although $25,000, if that hasn't changed over the last however many years, is
That could certainly be adjusted.
pretty
Yes.
low.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. And you know what? I really liked how you put this together better than the past.
Yeah.
So thank you. Alrighty, next discussion regarding parking on Slate Canyon Drive. This will be presented by Malia Daly, our policy analyst.
We have some staff that's heading in right now as well, because they're gonna help me, so I wanna wait for them to come in. All right, so we sent out a memo and a lot of supporting documents with this, so I didn't prepare any slides, I'm not gonna walk through everything. There's a lot of research, because I think this item warrants a lot of discussion and questions more than me just telling you context. So I'm just gonna briefly go over things. This map up here on the screen highlighted is Slate Canyon Drive, just so everyone can kind of figure out what we're talking about. The portion that we're talking about there. So that's just for reference as I'm kind of talking through. This issue is coming in today from a council issue request that was made earlier this year by a number of councilors. And we actually had an issue sponsor meeting at the end of last month to kind of discuss some initial research just found in the appendix of the memo, both from parking and engineering and development services. Also, GIS was involved in that initial research as well. But the request was to just look for parking regulations along Slate Canyon Drive, specifically for two reasons. One is safety and improving sightlines for people. If you've driven on that road, it is a collector street, and then people's driveways go straight out onto it. So improving safety there. It's hard to see when people are parked on the road if people are coming or not. And then the second reason that this issue was brought was as kind of a indirect secondary tool to regulate over occupancy and rental units along Slate Canyon. This is talked about in the memo, but as we have talked about here in the council, sometimes it's hard to, because of resources and just the nature of the job, to directly enforce on over occupancy, but we can regulate our city resources, such as on-street parking. So it can be a tool to then kind of get at that, which ties into some of the council's goals of housing affordability and home ownership. So, also Neighborhood District 2, I just want to bring up there over the past year in the program, and I linked them there. There's been some discussion along speed on the street has been brought up multiple times at district meetings, and then also and Vern, the traffic engineer and manager, did a study on speed there and worked with police to put a speed trailer out. So there's some data on that and traffic. We also spoke with code enforcement on over occupancy violations and other violations when it comes to rental units. That was a chart in the memo, which we can bring up later and kind of review those. With in regards to parking, traffic, and code enforcement and occupancy kind of issues with that, there isn't an immediate need that they see to regulate parking for the sake of a parking issue, but some other tangential issues like we talked about, there may be a need to do that. So to get to kind of that issue there, just kind of council legislative options, and this is where I think asking a lot of questions and having a good discussion today will be really helpful, is looking at permit parking areas, which was brought up in 2020. There was a proposal to do a parking permit area on this. I believe George is the only counselor left of that era, or maybe Travis was there too. I think Travis was there as well. But then also the council, the issue sponsor meeting, after we held that meeting and kind of talked through all this initial research, they requested council staff to look at specifically banning overnight parking along the whole street year round for specific hours. We didn't decide on hours, but just looking into what that would look like. So after reviewing some other cities in Utah, there's actually quite a few cities. I included a couple cities in the memo to kind of reference their code that ban overnight parking citywide. They do so just during the winter though, for snow removal reasons, but that is very common in Utah. It was hard to find cities that don't do that. We're kind of an outlier actually, as far as a city that doesn't ban on-street parking citywide in the winter, at least during the night. As far as cities that do just ban overnight parking year round, the only one I could find that does that year round in specific areas is Vineyard. And they have a list of neighborhoods / developments where they ban those in. And I linked their code that goes along with that, and then also their parking permit program, because in those areas where they do ban year-round overnight, they allow for 1 permit per property, per parcel that can be applied for every calendar year. So that's kind of how they do that. But they have pretty substantially banned parking on the street overnight in a lot of neighborhoods citywide in Vineyard. There's only a couple neighborhoods where you can actually park on the street overnight, and they enforce both through the county sheriff office, and then they also contract out with towing companies that then help them with the enforcement of that. So that's kind of the only example of other cities in Utah that do that. but there are a lot of examples of cities that ban citywide overnight during the winter. So that being said, there's a lot of stuff included in the packet. We have staff here to help answer questions, but I really wanted to just open this up and kind of get the council talking and ask questions and see what direction they would like to go.
Thanks, Malia. And your packet was great. So thank you for that. There's a lot of information in there. Counselor Hanley.
So a really crucial question in my mind is whether or not staff thinks that a parking permit program would be effective in helping with sort of indirect enforcement of over occupancy or not. Because the packet seemed to have some divided opinion on that, or even sort of negative opinion on whether or not that was a useful strategy.
I think, I'm not going to put words in the mouth of development services, but I think they said that that's definitely a tool that could work for over occupancy. I mean, logically that
Bill
makes
can
sense.
talk to us.
And Bill is here as well if he wants to answer. The research I've done in other cities that have regulated throughout the country, not here in Utah, that have regulated street parking, they do that as a secondary kind of tool for over occupancy. So it is a tool to be used. It's kind of hard to say that it will definitely help until it happens.
And the big issue would be that we would have to hire an additional person. Is that still the issue?
Yes.
First of all, yes, I think it does help with the occupancy issue because that's the most primary impact of over occupancy that we experience. In terms of the need for another person, it depends on the regulations that you adopt. If we ban it overnight, which is probably the right thing to do, yes, I believe we would need another person. That's in my budget presentation to you, and you'll be receiving that in memo form very soon, the exact cost of all of that.
And what is our current, how do we plow that road? Do we know? What happens in the winter?
Every road in the
They
city.
just go right by the cars and only plow
Yes,
the main
you
street?
just plow right over the cars.
You seal the
Yeah, so our guys are very experienced and yes, they dodge cars, they dodge quite a bit of stuff.
And don't they plow cars in when they do that? I mean, that just seems like the neighbors would not want that. Unless they want their parking
They're
back.
very careful. Our plows, like I said, in Provo, we do a really, really good job. I think we're recognized as one of the cities that probably does a really exceptional job with plowing. We get recognized from the state, we get recognized from the other cities, other police departments. Because we're so thorough in plowing, meaning we don't let it build up and then, continue to pack up on the sites as much. Because of the way that we operate, we experience a lot less of those kind of issues. Do we pack people in? Yes, I can say driveways, absolutely. And it is the responsibility of the property owners or those that are parked on the side of the street to dig out if you choose to park on the street. But yes, that happens.
So in your opinion, would it be safer and better if we, for the purposes of plowing, and you don't have to weigh in on the question of over occupancy, but for the purposes of plowing and public safety, isn't it safer to say no cars in the street at night makes for much?
Absolutely. We've looked at this actually numerous times. And if you ask our plow drivers, would they like to have that policy in place that we remove parking, especially up on the east side where we do tend to get a lot more snow, we have a lot steeper roadways. Their preference, absolutely, if we could remove parking in those areas at night, they would. As we looked at various cities that are all along the Wasatch Front. There are, as was mentioned before, majority of those do have ordinances and policies for no parking at night. As we researched that, one of the biggest challenges was enforcement. And in talking to those cities, they had the ordinance, but majority of the cities, quite a few weren't enforcing that. So before we just go ahead and start moving forward with a policy of removing, removing parking at night or removing parking during those snowstorms, I think a larger discussion had to be around, are we going to enforce this? Yeah. You know, because that was one of the biggest challenges we face, and with our, are they gonna do it anyway without proper enforcement? Probably. That's what the other cities were experiencing.
All right, Craig Christensen.
I had a question for you, because it said in the packet that if we were to ban parking, that would actually require an additional person for enforcement. Is it the same person if we went with the permit program? I mean, is one more cost effective than the other? Because it seems like banning, you wouldn't need as many people, because if the street's either clear or it's not.
You have to go by many times during the night to monitor that.
And that's a full time.
That would, it would be, especially at the nighttime, overnight hours. I'd like to have more mature person. And for a full time, I can get that. During the day, we have part-time students that enforce parking. So, and we do enforce Slate Canyon now, but it would take a lot more for both a permit and overnight parking. And like Bill said, either they're there or they're not, but we have to go there, 2 or 3 times an hour just to make sure that vehicles aren't parked on the street.
So a parking permit would be more expensive.
Not more expensive.
Well, if you look just based on economics, you ban parking or you have a permit program, which one is more expensive?
It'd be
About
the same, about the same, yes. The permit parking, we would charge the residents for those permits.
Yeah.
So that would subsidize a small amount, but it would be the same as far as our cost.
Okay, and are we limited, because it was $297 in terms of cost, it was $15 for the permit. Are we stuck at 15? I mean, can we do more to?
No, the original permit areas, University Garden and football for $50 a year. Which is our newest permit area, is $100 a year, because they actually figured in the cost of everything. And that went in 2 or 3 years ago, perhaps, but yes, it is $100 a year.
So we're not stuck, it's not a state requirement, you can't go above 15, or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
we just figured in the cost of signs, enforcement, all of that, and that's why they went to 100.
Thank you.
It's very difficult to get part-time people to work a graveyard shift.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, Travis Hoban.
So 2 questions, I guess. Is the reason it's not enforced in other cities because they don't have the political will to be the bad guy who's towing people or whatever? And then the second question is, couldn't we use a towing company to monitor those roads instead of having to send somebody by? We could just contract with a towing company, they could go by and monitor and enforce that.
We could, I guess that, mine is a parking citation versus a towed vehicle, so.
Okay, so the difference would be, it would be much less impact, or there would be much less monetary impact to somebody if they got a citation as opposed to got towed. And
correct.
It's just much more disruptive and a terrible experience.
Correct.
Got it, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm speaking from experience, yes.
Yeah.
But is it political will? Or why aren't they enforcing?
I would agree, yes, it's political, as far as, citing your residents for parking on the street, in front of their home. Are they aware that it's gonna snow, those kind of things? Yeah, it becomes challenging. You really want to impact your residents that way. And that's probably one of the biggest reasons why we have kind of pulled back, is that something that we really want to proceed down. Our crews have been doing a pretty good job. It's getting more difficult. I would say, Provo, one of the most difficult things that our plow drivers deal with is you have a university that sits up on the bench, and that does attract a lot more vehicles and challenges that we face. That would probably be one of our biggest. It's just because we have a university that does have attract a lot more overnight parking. So there's that. Those areas that are specific with those would be helpful, I guess, from our crews. South campus of Provo, south area, south of the Provo campus could be helpful, where we do have really, really high volumes of off-street parking. But that is a separate monster issue in itself.
Okay, Counselor Becky Bogdan.
Sandy, are we tied into those $15 a year per miss, or can we raise those as our costs increase? I mean, I'm just $15 a year is nothing. I'm just kind of concerned about that. Why is it still $15 a year and not raised? And
I would think it's in the fee schedule, it's $15. I guess if the fee schedule changed. A lot of the residents, honestly, University Garden and Foothill, there's a lot of pushback to pay that $15 themselves. So to raise it, I guess it would be up to the council and the fee schedule.
thanks, Sandy.
George Hanley.
Just a follow-up question. So there was something else in the packet from the last time, and it's all very confusing to me. So this thing, thanks for clarifying things for us. But there was something in the packet that said, offered the alternative of the 2-hour program. And that seemed to relieve you of the need for the employee, or no?
No, because you would have to have that employee over, if you did it overnight, mark the vehicles. And then they'd have to go back every 2 hours. It
So
makes no difference.
What am I remembering in the packet was the difference for you between a 2-hour and a I'm not remembering anything. I'm misremembering. Okay.
When they asked, there was just different options. Honestly, and I think hopefully this will help, as far as parking enforcement, the no overnight parking to be the same as Alpine Way and Alpine Blue. Because they have no parking from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. would be the option that we would choose. Just to kind of make everything uniform up there. So maybe that's, I'm not sure exactly, but that's would be our option that we would choose.
So is the main, and again, I'm embarrassed that I was part of this and can't remember all the details, but was the main reason why this was dropped last time was because of the decision that we couldn't hire an additional person? Or was there, were there other issues?
I think there was just all sorts of issues.
George?
It's very divided as to what the solution should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I do remember that.
And listening back to the meeting, listening back to the recording from the meeting, there was both the cost, because it's an ongoing cost that you're adding, and then also they did a parking study on parkage usage, and it was obviously maybe it's changed since then, but parking usage, it was within like Alpine Way, that road up there, up to like
You should touch the thing to show us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yay! Okay, so we're gonna get real fancy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that parking study found that between like here and then here, parking usage was super high, but then everywhere else it was like 5%. There was like no one parked there. And as someone who lives up there, I can concur with that.
Yeah,
But,
I've definitely seen it.
There's things.
Well, in reading all the material, my first thought was that we should do another parking study for right now. So I would make a motion that we just do, does our staff do the parking study?
Yes.
Yeah, is that we just do an updated parking study.
To find parking utilization?
To make sure, because I am interested in doing the no parking at night, but exactly what streets would you do it on? And you have to think about if that street's packed where you said, well, I lived in Foothill when we went through all this with the Foothill parking permit program. And they just move, right? Like they just went and parked up on Locust Lane. And then when the new Ivory development went in above us, they all parked there, and it took a hot second before the new Ivory development begged for the same parking program we had, and they got it. And then the students just keep moving up the hill. And so you have to think about where it goes, you know, where they'll try to move if there are over occupancy issues that they're trying to avoid, which is what was happening with the two apartment complexes by us.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Mm-hmm.
Are you assuming that a traffic study would inform both a decision about whether to ban or whether to do a permit?
No, I would think it would just help us know where to do it. What streets to include
Regardless of
exactly.
what the solution was.
Yes.
Well, maybe if we have stuff, do they already have a sense of which streets would need to have it? Like, is that necessary?
Go ahead, Sandy.
So 1st of March, when all of this was coming out, we have done kind of we have done one. Comparing it to the one done in 2020, on-street parking usage is up. Quite a bit, 10% or what have you. And we could do one further, but from the Aspen Loop West, East Canyon Park, between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m., 94% of the parking was utilized. Again, 1080 South to Nevada Avenue, 87% was utilized.
All right.
And between 7 p.m. and 12 a.m., we've got 93%. So parking has increased along this area since the 2020 study. And we can do a more in-depth study.
No, that's
This was
great.
just
That's great.
a quick one, so we would have some information.
Yeah. Of course you already did. Love it.
I mean, Catrice, just to go to your point, I mean, that lower portion, I mean, that's not necessarily fun for anybody to make the walk. But that lower portion is so underutilized that I would imagine the vast majority would just go farther south. That doesn't necessarily mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing in the sense that it spreads it out a little bit, makes it a little more safe, but it doesn't, that's why I'm wondering about whether or not it's actually an effective tool for over occupancy, because if people can park a quarter mile away and walk.
Well, you have to think about that, right? And the tool, like Foothills did have to expand in the end, the city made it illegal to park on any of the roads that were not even had houses on it. They were just, I can't remember the names of them. It's all those 7 piece streets.
Maybe that's the approach, is that you start with the minimal piece and you then expand it as neighborhoods, request.
See what happens.
My biggest concern is that we give a one size all, solution, and not all of it needs it. So if we actually started with something and then incrementally expanded that based on need.
Is this the streets they requested originally?
Yeah,
So the yellow, I highlighted the yellow. This is, so in the 2020 application, the yellow is where they did it. Also, because I'm on this road every day, those are kind of, so this is the road up to the park. There's a gate there, so no one really parks on the road past that. But then this road especially, this is Nevada. It's kind of a weird road. It's like weird, like half of it's dirt. I'm not
super narrow too.
Yeah, people park along that, like on the side of the hill all the time. So like people park on this and then down here. So I kind of highlighted the roads that other people park on. No one really parks down on this way. In the parking study 2020, it showed that too, because this is a giant hill.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody park.
Because this is a giant hill, and then this is a giant hill, and then this is, yeah. So it's really just the flat part of it.
Okay, that's great.
Little known fact, it's one of the best roads to bike on. That's why I know that street really well. I bike there all the time. It's really fun. But you see all the cars.
Would it make sense for us to discuss the different types of solutions and see where people are, council members are in terms of the type of solution?
Yeah, I really like what Sandy said as far as maintaining the same solution that is in the proximity of that area, right? The
Midnight to 6.
Midnight to 6 a.m.
Yes, that's Alpine Loop and Alpine Way. There's no parking from 12 midnight to 6 a.m. And then, like Rob was saying, there's no winter parking on that road as well.
Interesting.
So,
That road, that's the only one.
it's the only one
In the whole city.
we have in the city.
And is that because of an HOA or something, or what?
Yes, it was an area that was extremely difficult.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so that is the only road that we have that is close to at night, for snow removal. And that was because it was one of the most challenging streets for us to plow. And so in order to deal with that, it was just on a one-off basis.
So all winter season, they don't park there, or just if it snows?
All winter season.
It's year round.
It's, yeah. And it was mainly set because of the snow plowing, that specific road, so. And it's a challenge too from our sanitation as well. So along with snow plowing during, you know, the season of snow plowing, it becomes extremely difficult for our sanitation to pick up.
So Malia, do the people who live on the Alpine Loop park down on Slate Canyon, or since their driveways are a little bit bigger, are they able to accommodate the occupants?
Well, that's where I live.
Right.
But most people, so every house has a 2-car garage and then driveway, so people just tandem park driveway or in their garage or driveway. And then there's like a couple little visitor parkings along the road that people park in that you have to have a pass to park on. There are people that park on this little road that goes up to it, right up to the sign that says no parking past midnight. I don't know if those people are from up here or down here though, because this is all parked as well. So I don't know. But as far as on this road, no one is ever parked after midnight. It's not a thing.
So do we have any sense at all of, I mean, we know where the parking is the worst, but do we know that that corresponds to where we suspect most of the over occupancy is happening? Or are these people who are parking on Slate Canyon living at some of those other streets that are to the east of Slate Canyon, or do we just have no idea?
So we're currently, we have maybe 1 or 2, I don't recall, is it three open cases along Slate Canyon itself that we're investigating. We've had, you know, as it's in the report, a number of properties reported that found to be in compliance with the code versus, you know, whether it's occupancy or reporting a potential illegal ADU. I was contacted by a citizen that believes that there are a large number of properties in that area, not just along Slate Canyon, but in that whole area that are in violation. And I advise that citizen to report them so we can do an investigation. Because if we don't have a report, as you know, somebody telling us that there's an issue here, we can investigate and verify for sure if there is an issue. And so, I mean, the report showing on the screen now is all the cases from January of 2023 to current of the complaints and cases that were opened along Slate Canyon Drive. That's the totality of it. So, as it stands right now, we aren't aware of where any potential violations are because it just sitting there being reported directly to us for review and enforcement.
I mean, I'm sure everyone else has thought of this, but I mean, if we just suddenly pass this tomorrow and it's got imposed, it's a massive inconvenience to lots and lots of people all of a sudden, right? Where they can't park anywhere near where they live, and maybe they're not supposed to be as overoccupied as they are. But the practical reality is it's going to be an incredible inconvenience for a lot of people right away. Of course, that inconvenience is part of what we think will help incentivize the change. I'm just saying that in the short term, there's going to be a lot of really inconvenienced and upset people because it's going to happen so fast. It's just going to turn on, right?
Councilor Becky Buckman. George, as a person who went through this with Fifth West, not that it was a permit program or anything, it was the city just did it, posted signs on them, and it was gone within a day. And the people did fight back, but it's happening all over the city. 920, Fifth West, everywhere that the city finds that parking is an issue, it's not like that. We're not giving anybody else any help, is my point.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is, this was from the 2020 memo, this concern about homeowner residents and it would be inconvenient for them to do tandem parking, or what if they have more cars? But if those people are operating more than 4 vehicles out of their property, they also are out of compliance with 1437, right? You know, they may not realize that they are violating city code by having, you know, a car for each of their 14 and things like that. And nobody takes it well when they're told that they're doing the wrong thing. It's gonna be hard. I had a question that was about the cost of signage. So this is where the numbers were drastically different from the 2020 report and from what we have right now. So in 2020, Hannah estimated that there would need to be 76 signs at $30 each, and it cost about $3,000. You estimated that we need 126 signs at $225 each, $125 for labor, for a cost of $28,000. So those are vastly different numbers. Can I get some sense of what real numbers would be? Are we closer to the 30,000 than 3?
I guess it would depend if you're gonna have a contract or we're gonna be doing it internally. Internally, like we said, we just pay for the cost of materials. We produce the signs at our sign shop, and we can do it for a very reduced rate than what it would be from a private, contractor placing those signs. Yeah, per sign, I would say smaller signs probably run us with the signpost, and I'm just getting off my head. Yeah, you're probably about, with the aluminum and the signpost and stuff, you're probably about $100 for us to install. Current prices, I can't speak to 2020. Yeah. Prices have increased substantially, but roughly that's about what it would cost us per sign.
But it would just be about the 100 per sign. We wouldn't also need to pay the 125 for labor, do you think?
The labor, again, that would be if you did it for a private.
Okay.
Yes, if you went out and hired somebody to put all those signs in, that's what it would be. It would at least double the cost of each sign.
Okay. But would we have the capacity to put up 100 signs?
Yes.
Like that? Okay. So
internally, yes, we can, and we do quite often on the no parking, and we do it citywide. We're continuously working with the engineering department to change out signs, and yes, 100 signs for us is not an issue.
Okay, so then maybe we'd be looking at $10,000 to $15,000 in one-time cost, and then the ongoing cost for enforcement person. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Christensen, Sandy is gonna say something
Go ahead,
first.
Sandy.
Mr. Hadley, when you said the last time when we were talking about higher costs for parking enforcement and wondering if you didn't have it, at that point, we also included the need for an additional license plate reader. We do not need that now because that's been taken care of. I knew that there was something in the back of my head right now, and so that increased the cost substantially, and that is not included in this cost of relays.
Okay.
Thank you. Clarify that.
Councilor Christensen.
We keep talking about the just banning parking at night. I worry about that solution. I would be more in favorable of a permit program. I think the banning parking at night actually puts a higher burden on the neighbors than having a permit program.
You involve both. So you ban it at night, and then the permit, they're allowed to get a permit, one per house or whatever.
So you're saying do both?
Isn't that usually how?
Do we need to
Can
do
do
both?
both.
Well, you can do both, but we need to do both. It would seem to
Well,
me
you
that
wouldn't want
permit-
anyone ever parking on the road at night unless they have a permit. That's the whole point of enforcement. Otherwise, you're not enforcing anything.
Yeah, I'm just saying you could get, if you don't have a permit anytime during the day or night, you're there, you would get ticketed. So I wasn't seeing it as a both. I was seeing actually separating the two, and the permit actually seems less intrusive to me.
So you're saying use a permit daytime too?
Permit daytime and nighttime. Without a permit, you don't park on the street.
So I think that's more intrusive. As someone who's lived in one of these neighborhoods, it's intrusive as far as you can't throw a baby shower, or you can't throw it's very difficult during the day that you can't do events. It's hard. It was really tricky. My friends hated it, but the nighttime was never a problem. But
they've adjusted.
I'm aware of.
I don't know, people I talk to don't seem to mind it as much. They've sort of made peace with it.
Oh, no, they like it,
Yeah.
yeah. No, we like it.
Yeah.
But it is hard for events.
Yeah.
You call, like, I would call Jen and be like, hey, can I have 3 people park in your driveway? Oh, yeah,
Right.
you can. You know, I mean, it was like a constant thing.
Because there's no visitors.
You can get there's no visitor parking, and you can get permits to do it, but it was just inconvenient. You know the license plate number. I didn't know my friend's license plate number. Then I'd spend the whole party getting his license plate number and going putting it in the computer instead of hanging out with my friends, you know, being the host. So it was just awkward that way. So it's easier to get your friends to get you park 2 cars here, 3 cars there, and 1 car here. You know.
Oh, on Aspen Loop, so that one that you can park on the street during the day, it's just at night. So that's just in the area already. So, oh, not Aspen, Alpine Loop. You can park on the street during the day, and then it's just midnight to 6.
Right, and I think that'd be less intrusive because in the Foothill neighborhood, people had enormous driveways because they knew that was going to be their big homes. So like people's driveways could fit 6 cars generally, and that's just their driveway. Whereas Slate Canyon, no, you don't have any of that. They're not having any visitors. They were built smaller, and they were built as retirement homes or smaller homes with that development agreement such that, or a pro forma, whatever that was in that area, that they were not to have, you know, ADUs, that they weren't to have.
But aren't you making an argument for what he's saying? Like, because there's a higher concentration of cars in a smaller lots, smaller properties with more over occupancy, the ban on parking at night affects every single person immediately in a very dramatic way. Whereas if you have the permit program, you at least have a little bit of a flexibility, and we generate money from the permits to help pay for the program. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know what my opinion is on this, but
I think at night when people aren't entertaining, I think they have enough parking.
Yeah, and we've already
That's the whole point.
established that the permit program does not generate enough money to pay for itself. And
well, if
every,
it's charging $15 a permit.
well,
no,
even
but-
the 100, I don't think is
That
enough
still
to
wouldn't
fully
cover it.
recover the cost. But everyone who is already compliant with the law, their inconvenience will just be that they have to do tandem parking in their driveway, which is a minor inconvenience that they get as the trade-off for, you know, this kind of enforcement on their street. I don't see that it's hurting anybody who's actually complying with all of our laws.
Right. Travis Holman?
This is where I'm heartless.
I was just gonna say, you could do a hybrid where it's open during the day and permit at night. So you could throw your event during the day, but at night, it's permitted.
Everyone has one thing, and so if they have an extra car or visitor overnight.
That's what Vineyard does in the neighborhoods that have a permit program as well as the overnight ban. Sandy has a comment.
University
We love your
Garden.
comments.
University Garden does that. It's open parking, and then it's permit from, I believe, 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. You are required to have a permit, but during the day, anyone and everyone can park. That is the hybrid.
The other thing I like, if we just ban the parking, to your point, George, if we do have permits, the permits do have, especially if they're more reasonable in terms of deferring the cost. I look at this as a solution to help that neighborhood. That neighborhood, I think, could contribute to the cost of, you know, doing this. If we just ban parking, there's no fees to offset the cost to the rest of the city. Where if we did have $100, whatever that fee is, you would have some revenue to help offset that. It may not offset all of it, but with just banning parking, you have none.
Yeah, and that's why we were asking specifically the difference in the cost between a permit
Yes.
program and just no parking whatsoever.
Sounds like it's gonna cost the same either way.
And I think when they originally did the permit program for $15, they were basing enforcement and citations to help pay for the program, which I'm not sure it does. And again, we could do a cost evaluation since Carterville and see, you know, because it would be the cost of the sign, it would be the cost of the enforcement officer, the cost of, you know, the appeal, I mean, there's all sorts of costs, and you guys know this, but again, that is University Garden. And so if we did it the same as them, or again, just, if we conform with what we're doing elsewhere in the city, I just want to say that that does help enforcement.
Color yourself.
I think another interesting
That's
thing.
okay.
I think another interesting enforcement besides the enforcement of occupancy would be the enforcement of RDLs. We know our RDLs are way underreported. And it would be, people want that parking permit, they would be required to get the RDL and be in good standing. And I think that would completely change that area as far as it being RDL compliant. Councilor Hogan?
I think I'll make a motion that, to direct staff to come back with a recommendation for a hybrid parking permit program where it would be open during the day and permitted at night. And then part of that recommendation would be where it should be, and also providing fiscal impact, information on the fiscal impact, such as costs and things like that. I'd second that.
Brian, does that need to be a substitute motion since Chair McKay?
Hers was never seconded.
Okay, okay.
That's a call.
So, can I ask for clarification? So does that mean you do not want the alternative to be looked at in terms of price comparison, to say what does that look like next to an all-night ban with nothing during the day? Or
I just think that it makes sense, personally, I think it makes sense to allow people to have guests over and things like that during the day. And then, so personally, I'm ready to move forward with exploring that particular option rather than.
I guess I'm just asking about the all-night ban as opposed to the permit. I mean,
So
I'm curious.
He's
to
saying
look at
you do the all-night ban and there would be a permit involved
during the day.
during the night.
No, during the night. So during the day, it would be open.
Okay.
So that people could host events and guests and things like that, you know, bridal showers, whatever. But then at night, it would be banned except for those who have a permit.
Yeah. It's been seconded. All right, any discussion on the motion?
Yes,
Councilor
I
Garrett.
think the answer also is in some type of hybrid program. I was impressed in the report from 2020, which I thought was very well done and extensive and detailed, where they had 11 neighborhood meetings that involved 200 neighbors. Does anyone remember from those meetings what the neighbors, if there was a preference toward a ban versus permits?
Yes. Well, I can tell you what, I've talked with some of those neighbors currently. They have a strong preference for permitting, not banning. Okay. And the feeling was that the just banning is overly harsh to the neighbors who deserve to be there. Where I think this kind of hybrid would address that issue, help to pay for it, and leave them the flexibility for parties.
And I suppose if it doesn't work as well as we'd like, we could consider the ban at a later point.
You're out. Make Shane happy.
All right, any more discussion or ready to vote? All right, Councilor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councilor Christensen.
Yes.
Councilor Garrett.
Yes.
Councilor McKay, yes. Councilor Whipple.
Yes.
Councilor Hanley.
Yes.
Councilor Hoban.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 7-0. Anything that you need from us, Sandy, before looking at that stuff? Is that clear?
No, I don't need anything from you. This is time.
All right, thanks so much.
I will just say one note of that. So if we were gonna do a permit area just based on code, there's like some certain dead, like 30-day public comment period. So there is some timeline things that we have to follow. When we go that route, so it won't be like immediately.
Right,
done.
and I think that's good. We
In
want
fact, it would be wonderful to have more conversation with that neighborhood.
Yes.
Again, they've been very active on this issue, and it'd be nice to see if they caught anything that we might have missed.
And the neighborhood would love to give any of you a tour of the neighborhood, and I've spent a couple hours walking it with them.
I'll give
All
you
right. Okay, thanks, Malia. All right. That went longer than intended, so we're gonna cut down on Justin's time. All right, this is a discussion regarding property tax presented by our executive director, Justin Harrison.
Thanks, Greg. Did you save the fun topics for like afternoon? Yeah.
Thanks, Michael. My apologies in advance for raising my voice, so hopefully the microphone picks me up all right. Well, if you weren't excited enough about parking, welcome to property tax. You will receive these slides. I don't want to belabor any of these points too much, so please, if there's additional information you want or questions you have, jump in. We'll kind of fly through them really quick. There's a few additional slides in the appendix that we can run through if you have specific questions on tax notices and things like that. But overall, property tax has been around a long time. Been around since Utah became a state. Gosh, about 4 decades later, the Utah State Tax Commission was formed, and really the state moved towards what is still in place now, in which many states hold intact of this principle of a three-legged stool. So property taxes, sales taxes, and income taxes. Thankfully, we're only talking about one today. Later, in 1969, the legislature moved, and knowing how valuations, so this is the new thing, valuations jumping up rapidly, put in place what was called the 106% revenue limitation. So you couldn't receive more than 106% of the previous year's revenue. That is very oversimplified, but a few decades later, an additional change was made. The 106% revenue limitation was removed, and the current truth in taxation process was passed by the legislature in 1986. So property tax is regulated through state code. If you really are having trouble sleeping at night, check out State Code Section 59.2. That is the property tax section of the code, and you will be asleep quicker than you think. But the whole premise of property tax is based on revenue. So the rate is calculated each year, and the formula is really simple. Last year's budgeted revenue divided by current year property values equals your tax rate. And there's public disclosure that's required if you're going to raise revenue above and beyond that through the truth in taxation process, which we'll run through in just a couple of slides. So here's your simple kind of property tax rate formula. I was jealous, Chief, you got to use the screen, so I'm going to use it. So, for instance, and I screwed it up already. So let's say, man.
Stay with it. Stay with it. We're behind you.
We want to see it happen.
We want to see this happen.
All right. So let's say your prior year revenue was $1 million. You had a taxable property values also equal $1 million. What does it equal? 1%. So that would be your property tax rate. Let's say the next year, so prior year revenue was $1 million. Man, my kindergartner draws better than that. And your property values go up to 1.1 million. Now you have a tax rate of, oh man, I'm getting, right. My fat fingers don't help. There we go. Point.
It's a Christmas tree.
No. Anyway,
stay with it. Stay with it.
No, we're giving up.
It's gonna be
It is way smarter than I am. So then your tax rate becomes 0.09 or not 0.909. So as you can see, as values go up, rates go down. The whole idea of property tax is for your revenue just to remain relatively the same. Great in theory, also difficult when there are times of any inflation, let alone times like we've seen lately of lots of inflation. So valuations go up, rates go down. You can see in these couple of charts here, top chart is the general operations rate, so the general fund rate the city receives over the past decade or so. And you can see it's gone from roughly 0.001 down to I can't read from here. 0.006. Yes. So the inverse has happened with valuation. Valuations, the median property value in Provo City has gone from roughly $215,000 a decade ago to just over $450,000. So we've seen rapid property valuation increases. So revenue has remained the same. So kind of jumping into valuation, how is valuation assessed? So this is done in a couple of different ways. So counties assess primary, secondary, commercial, redevelopment vacant land if it is not centrally assessed, that is assessed by the state. There are very few properties, especially in Utah County, that are centrally assessed. Pretty much more in some of the counties. And so how is this done? The county assessor takes values as of January 1. The property tax roll is due on May 22nd, and then the state tax commission sets rates in June with that information. They provide that to taxing entities, so cities, counties, water districts, school districts, any taxing entity. Excuse me. And so real property, we'll get into this, how market value is assessed. So we talked about rates going down as values go up to keep revenue roughly the same. But you do have some additional revenue that will come in from new growth. So as new properties are developed, you then have new property tax revenue that comes onto your rolls. So how is valuation determined by Utah County? Really, there's 3 different ways. So they look at sales in the marketplace, income that is generated or could be generated by the property, and the cost to replace or construct a similar property. So other factors that influence the value include the land, the type, the location, property size, and property condition. So some of the things that you may not think of that go into this equation is, we talked about, for residential, you think about this when you're buying or selling a house. You might have a realtor and they're looking at comparable properties around you. So looking at sales in the marketplace. But some of the other things that come into consideration are the zoning of the property. So as properties are rezoned, there can be a higher or best use of that property that makes it more valuable. So that's something that the county also takes into account.
It is really hard.
And also the condition of the property. So kind of the last couple of things about valuation is there are bound to be errors. Maybe I won't, we're short on time. I was gonna make Patrice tell her story from last year, but there are bound to be errors. There are human errors, there are non-human errors. There's a combination of errors. but there is bound to be errors. So last year, there were a number of residents who had quite drastic increases in valuations. And so we reached out to the county to see why. And they encouraged residents, if they had any question, to go and appeal their property tax valuation with the county. This is somewhat alarming, but I guess it's also good in a way. Appeal success rate is 70%. So I hope that's not I don't believe it is an outlook on the general valuation that is done overall, but of those who do appeal, 70% are successful. To what level, they weren't able to say, but that is something that, as you hear from residents who have concerns about their valuation, encourage them to reach out to the county assessor.
One thing I learned talking to the county assessor is that Utah is one of the few states where prices are controlled by the real estate agency and they're not public knowledge. Like they don't have to be public knowledge.
The sale price.
Sale price. Well, what they actually sell for, yes. And so, and our auditors have they can't access that stuff. So they are like in the dark trying to figure things out. And so it is a silly situation where it's being controlled by, you could take that to the legislature, Travis, please.
I'll call our state legislator.
So one of the simplest questions that they encourage folks to ask, and this is something you can ask your constituents if they ever do have a question or evaluation, is ask yourself, could I sell this property for the assessed value? If the answer is no, that's reason enough to ask for an appeal. And the worst that can happen is they say, no, this is what we assess the value. So we're going to jump to Provo specific now. That was an overview of how valuations are set, how property taxes work, their history, but what does an individual's property tax bill in Provo look like? So nearly 60% of every dollar in property taxes goes to the school district. Provo receives just under 20%, it receives 17. The state receives 15 cents of every dollar, county receives 8, and Central Utah Water Conservancy District receives 4. So a lot of times residents think, they just see the big number on their property tax bill, but it does break it down as to which of these entities receive what amount of money. And some education can help them understand that. This is a breakdown internally of Provo City's rate. So of those 17 cents or so that Provo City receives for every dollar, 8 cents go to pay for bonds, 6% goes to general operations or our general fund, and 4 cents goes to the library.
Do you know what? With this season coming, whenever it starts later this year, it'd be awesome to have these pictures sent to each of the council members so we can send out to citizens and we get emails. Thank you.
All right, this slide's got a lot going on. So if there are questions, just shout them out. So I mentioned a few of these in the last slide. General operations is the rate that goes to the general fund. Interest and sinking fund or bonds is what pays for our bond payments. This rate is set each year without us having to calculate it. The tax commission calculates this based on revenue. It's not something we can adjust. But general operations is. The library is the third. And those are the 3 things that make up our current property tax bill. There's a 4th line item that Provo could theoretically have, hopefully never does, and that's discharge of judgment. That's if a judgment's made against the city. Theoretically, the city could go through the truth and taxation process to put that judgment levy onto the property tax bill. But for now, we only have 3 or 4, so we're winning. I threw this in here. We talked a lot about this last year. as the council went through the truth and taxation process of looking at inflation. So as you can see from these charts of the statistics, inflation has been higher than usual over the last 5 years or so. I think we've all seen that. Citizens have seen that. But the average inflation, typically over 10 years, is about 3%, and that's historical. As you go back decades, that's about where inflation is landed. But you can see from the chart on the top there, so this is inflation from the West region from April 2020 to April 2023. You can see how it peaked at nearly 9%. And then you've got the lower chart, the West region from February 2021 to February 2024. This is the most recent chart that the Bureau of Labor Statistics has. You see the peak, and you see how we've come down from that peak of roughly beginning of 2022 when inflation hit its highest point. So this is information that we update regularly, just have on hand. You can see 10-year average, excuse me, especially in the Western US, has been slightly higher these last 10 years than the rest of the United States. And you're not claiming to be an economist, and won't tell you why that is, but it's hit the West a little harder. So truth and taxation. So this is the process by which, if the council chooses to raise either those general operations or general fund rates or the library rate, this is the process you would go through to initiate or prepare a rate that you could charge to. It can always be less than. The example I'll give is last year, the council set a rate that they could pass up to, and eventually made the decision to charge a lower rate. So it also doesn't mean that your rate at all has to be adopted other than what is given by the tax commission. It allows for the council to repeat that process longer, and then the budget doesn't have a due date until August as opposed to June. So before June 8th of this year, the county auditor will provide certified tax rates to all taxing entities, including the city. June 22nd is our deadline to adopt tentative budgets and proposed tax rates if the council is going to choose to go to truth and taxation. July 2024, if you do choose to adopt a rate to go to truth and taxation, there's a whole slew of noticing requirements that go out to the public to make them aware of public meetings. And after August 1st of 2024, the council can hold a truth and taxation hearing to adopt a rate if they choose to do so. So hopefully that got us back on time. That's kind of the quick version of how property taxes work. There's a number of slides here in the appendix that I'm sure you read, and if you're really interested in going through, I'm happy to do so, or we can do so at a later time. But any questions on property tax?
Counselor Hanley.
It's not really a question, just for a little context for newer council members, that the last 2 years we have passed, I don't remember exactly what the percentages were, but roughly around right
around 3%
each time. And of course, those of you who are new may have your own perspectives on this, but the feeling of the council was that without that adjustment, the buying power of the city was decreasing every year, and that the modest cost of living increase or cost of inflation increase, essentially, well, I guess that's the same thing anyway, that we were looking at would, sort of prevent that slide from being quite so steep, and would potentially enable us to hire more public safety staff for the city. So, I'm certainly interested in having that conversation this year to explore that possibility with the council, but just You know, so that you're aware, which you may have already been anyway, but I just wanted to say that that had been a sort of slow building consensus over the previous councils, that we got to that point. And the idea was that if we consistently did it rather than just did it once every 10 or 15 years and had to increase it really significantly, like the county did to everybody and really upset everybody, it would be better if we just did a modest sort of cost of living increase every year. So anyway.
Councilor Bogdan?
But we do have the utility rates, right? And a portion of that goes to the general fund. So theoretically, right, if we increase some of those rates, either that tax percentage will go up or some of that additional fund will come back to the general fund. So I've heard other people on council previously say that that's one of the reasons why they've never raised the property tax rate, is because the utility rates do cover some of that inflation cost or increase, right? Right?
Well, I don't see how it covers for what we lose with the property tax resource. So I don't understand that
It covers
logic.
its own inflation, but not
Yeah.
the inflation being
Right.
lost from property taxes.
You still would lose whatever
So what is it-
income you
is
would
it-
get from property tax would go down every year.
Right. And that's a larger percentage. What is the utilities? It's like,
Well, 10%
Yeah.
goes to general fund and 1% for road.
so that's a very small percent. That does not cover the inflation of the whole other 90%. Like our mill rate is something like equivalent to like the 1950s or something. I can't remember that spreadsheet, but
Yeah,
it's like
well,
crazy.
And some entities like the Central Utah Water Conservancy District has just enacted a policy that they will always do the truth in taxation to raise it by the maximum amount that they're allowed to every year. And even with that, their rates are going down.
The total revenue.
Yeah, for example, I think Councilor Ripple's alluding to this, so 2 years ago, Central Utah Water Conservancy District, they've got a statutory cap, as I believe all taxing entities do. They reached that threshold, and then the next year, because of the way that valuations went up, it dropped, and so they had to raise rates again just to get back to what they had raised them the previous year, if that makes sense.
Because of inflation.
Because of inflation.
I mean, the nice thing about truth in taxation is that it means your tax bill doesn't automatically go up dramatically if your property valuation goes up dramatically. Because those are unrealized gains for somebody unless they sell their house. But it does mean that unless these taxing entities are really thoughtful and proactive about it, they're going to be losing buying power over the long term. And so it just makes us accountable to say, yes, we realize that we are taking your money and this is a trust. And so we do it responsibly.
Any more questions? So as Councilor Hanley alluded to, this was a process we went through last year. Council also went through the year prior. If this continues to be of interest to the council, we're happy to bring different scenarios or more information. But really this was just meant as an education session to get you up to speed on how property taxes work and start the wheels. So, if you have any questions.
Councilor Bogdan?
But just in reality, if we're looking for 2 additional officers and 1 additional IT person, which is where we are now, plus whatever inflation in the library gain, we are going to have to do truth in taxation, correct? Because we're not going to be able to find that in the budget.
So in the past, our increases have always gone to police, as you probably know. We've always made that our, an appropriate place to put it, right, that the citizens appreciate and value.
Yeah, I mean, the issue would be if we don't do it, then, the budget that the mayor's office puts together, if they know that they're not going to have that extra money, which I think in the past 3% rate increase has come out more or less the equivalent of one officer. So then they would have to decide whether or not they're not going to fund that extra officer, or if they're going to try to fund it, where is that $250,000 or 220 or whatever it was is going to get cut from other budgets. So they could still come to us with a budget that has those officers, but it could mean that lots of other things are cut.
Travis?
I'd actually like to see that before we make any decisions on truth and taxation. I'd like to challenge the administration to figure out, okay, let's prioritize, let's decide what we want to keep and not keep. And I mean, my property taxes personally have gone up 28% since I bought the house in 2020. And real inflation, according to the experts, is closer, at the peak was closer to like 19%, which puts a lot of pressure on us. But I guess I'm just sensitive to the average Joe out there, Joe and Jane, who are trying to, make ends meet, and typically on pretty fixed incomes. So I would say I would prefer to challenge the administration to come back and bring us that budget that's balanced with whatever priorities they want, and let us know, okay, this is what we're going to cut out, and let us look at that.
Yeah.
So that would be my preference to start with.
Although I do expect that, last year when the library board spoke to us, they had a 5-year plan. They may be presenting something very similar or with modifications. So I'm expecting that entity where we have to do the truth in taxation on their behalf will probably ask for it. So we'll probably get to have more fun with this in the future, regardless of the mayor's budget.
Councilor Bogdan?
And so do they go ahead and present one budget that's balanced and then one budget that has the inclusions that they want? No, it's just one budget.
It's one balanced budget. And it's going to be tricky this year. We find the balanced budget that has maybe one resource and that's it.
And so then what do we do? Do we just turn around and say, okay, Mayor, we would like 2, so we'll just go ahead and increase that with our truth and taxation, or how does that work?
Yeah, you have to figure out if you're doing truth and taxation or taking out the general fund, doing appropriations.
Yeah, part of it's a timing issue because if they don't have the dates for our decision about truth and taxation coincide with when we're supposed to approve the budget. So we have to decide prior to that we're going to at least explore it. The advantage of deciding that, which is why I think I would disagree with Travis, is that we can always decide in August to say no. But it buys us the extra months to be able to do the deliberation based on what the administration has given us. But if we're going to say all of that has to happen before June, or presumably we'd have to know what your proposal is by May so that we can decide whether or not to then turn around and make that proposal. So I think it gets really complicated in terms of logjam come June. So my preference would be to consider an announcement of our intention to explore the truth and taxation process, and then decide whether or not we absolutely need to do it.
It doesn't bind us.
Yeah,
Right.
and that gives us time too to get more of the sales tax revenue reports coming in, so that we'll have a better sense of where the budget's actually going to hit. Whether we think that this would be necessary to sustain a budget, or if we do want to keep on with this kind of incremental 3% increase and just set that as an expectation for everyone, because you can budget around a regular increase much easier than you can wild jumpings.
Right, so is it more helpful for you if we say, okay, Mayor, we would like 2 officers, an IT person, 1% for the library fund and 3% inflation, and that's what we would go to truth and taxation for, or I'm just trying to figure that out.
Yeah. So I will present you a balanced budget. It may have 0 supplementals, but we will get a balanced budget. Again, supplementals, FTEs, or ongoing expenses. And a supplemental is basically an ask. And that's where we carve out first. That's where we start cutting. Is the supplementals, because we have to present you a balanced budget. So the meat of it will be balanced. And then if there's anything left over, we look at your priorities and try and plug in your priorities, which have been police, the 5-year plan. So that would be our number 1, right? And then everything, and I'm just telling you, it is a tight bid. So every time someone asks for a supplemental, my heart just tightens.
Well, I get that, but what I'm trying to gauge is, I mean, we're the ones that decide whether we go to truth and taxation or not. And from what I understand, we can direct what we want the money to go to, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So you can present us a balanced budget and it only has one officer, but if we want another officer, then we can come back to you and say, we want to do this truth and taxation, but we want 2 officers. We want 1% in the library fund. We want 3% as inflation. And then you guys can go and figure the rest of that out and bring it back to us.
I don't touch the truth and taxation.
Right.
That's a city council decision.
Because that's the separation of powers. That's what I'm getting at, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, if we find that we need an IT person and you guys are like, oh no, we can just go ahead and do that and then turn around and say, yeah, okay, thanks.
Or the other thing we could do is say, we don't approve this budget, give us 2 police officers, or we're not approving the budget, and find a budget that has 2 police officers and we will approve it. We don't have to go to truth and taxation to get the things that we think are important. There are other things we could say, let's strike that line item. We don't have to approve the budget. We can push back, just in general. I don't want us to think that the only option we have is to tax more.
And I'll say, Travis, let's look at the budget together. Who do you want to fire?
If you want to do that, I would love it, and we can find some.
Fire?
We can find some things to cut out to. I don't think you want that, do you? You don't want us going through that budget.
It's 100% transparent.
I know, but is that what you want?
I think we'll present.
We can
a
do that.
balanced budget. And
Let's all sit down and go through it line by line. I've heard that mayors don't like when city councils do that.
Well, I think that's what we're doing right now. That's why we're having presentations starting in February all the way till June, which we didn't used to do, so that we have that transparency. We already know from what we heard today what some of the needs are.
We've never gone through the budget line by line and said, well, let's strike that. We don't want that in your budget that we're going to approve.
And part of that is, I don't have the judgment to do that.
Right.
So that's why we turn this over, or we say, well, okay, that's your responsibility. So like 3.1, let's just cut the 3.11. What a nice thing to have. Let's just cut that budget. We could say that, but I think it's, it feels a little disingenuous to me to say, we somehow know better. I honestly don't know better.
But ultimately, Craig, it's your responsibility as city council member. You're approving that budget.
Absolutely.
It's within your purview if you would like to go through it line by line and say, I don't think we really need that or this, right?
Yes.
And you could, but we trust the city for the most part.
We absolutely do.
But if we have a priority, it's our right to say, find a way to make this work.
I'm just saying that that's what we've done. We've told them what our priorities are, and now we're listening to departments, and the numbers are fluctuating as we speak. So going line by line and item by item, we don't have the bandwidth to do that.
Right, we're all part-time, but.
Right, but and if we know that we have set certain priorities, then we can decide whether or not the budget that we're given is adequate to those priorities. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you that we have that power, but I have zero interest in going line by line over the budget with the administration.
Right.
I trust the department directors to do their job and to give us a responsible presentation of what a balanced budget looks like. And we have an opportunity right now to be saying, I don't think that looks like we need that.
Ultimately, I think if we can, if they came back, if the city came back and said, we can't afford 2 police officers, and we pushed back and said, find a way, they would come back and say, okay, we're going to cut this. And we said, well, we don't want to cut this, find something else. We could continue to work with them to find a way to make 2 police officers work.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to convince at least 3 other council members that cutting $200,000 from somebody else's salary is worth it rather than truth and taxation.
You're taking the easy path, which is to just put it on the taxpayers.
It's
Their
not
burden.
an easy path.
It is an easier path than going. You just said we don't have the bandwidth for that, so let's just tax. That's what I don't like. I think we're taking the easy, lazy route. We're just taxing every year.
You don't need to accuse us of being lazy, Travis. That's not fair.
You said yourself we don't have bandwidth. That's what I'm saying.
That's not saying we're lazy, and you don't need to be.
It's the easy path. It is a lot easier to just say we're going to tax that it is to go through and hey, make hard
It's
choices
hard,
about
to-
budgets.
it's hard to ask the taxpayers to pay more money. That's
It's
not
harder
easy.
to go through and decide on what to take out of a budget.
Okay.
It is.
We are way past our allotted time. We're supposed to do a break right now, but we are already 10 minutes past when our next one's supposed to start. Are you guys good continuing, or do you need a 5-minute break?
Do a quick 5-minute break.
Okay, 5-minute break. We'll come back, we'll get a 3-minute break. Come back at 3:10.
Recording stopped.
That's a cheap.
Every year we're
Are we
Recording in progress.
All right, we are going to try and hustle through. We do have a closed meeting today with 4 different items on it. So we are going to go to number 7, a discussion regarding a resolution to improve an interlocal agreement with Utah County to fund all trail improvements along 600 South and 200 East to 100 West. And it's presented by Gordon. And Gordon, feel free to be brief on it, and we'll ask you questions if we have them.
Okay.
Consider that we read the packet.
This will be very brief because this is very positive. We have a picture we can bring up. So this is a funding we received from MAG to improve 600 South on the first and last mile right next to the pedestrian bridge. It's about $800,000. Our match is, I think, $53,000. So this is just a brief explanation. We're going to bring this resolution to have a interlocal agreement. That's okay. It is very nice. Use your imagination. This is along the railroad tracks, the sidewalk, parking. It helps with the businesses there. But we'll bring this to you to the city council as a formal approval of an interlocal agreement with the county to get the funding. Is there any questions?
I want to see you draw.
Oh. No, in fact, I didn't even draw the drawing. I had other people draw the drawing and then I put it up. So I have very little to do with this. So we're very excited about this project. I think it will just help add more to that downtown area.
Okay. Any other questions for Gordon?
That's great.
All right, we're excited about this.
Okay, I should be back in 2 weeks on this.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you. We are going to continue number 8. We just don't have time, and I think that's in my mind, this one will take a lot more than 10 minutes anyway. So next, we're going to go to number 9.
That's number 8.
She's also number 9.
Yep. She's number 9 too. We'll do number 9. A discussion regarding a resolution to place approximately 0.96 acres of vacant land at 2435 West, 560 South on the surplus property list. And this is to be presented by Tara Riddle.
Okay, before I dive into this, I want to put on just my other hat really quickly. I hope all of you have received an email regarding our annual charitable giving campaign. The council's always been very supportive of that drive, and we're particularly asking people to donate towards Community Action and Food Bank. They are really in need of some food right now. So if you would find that in your hearts to give a little bit, that would be great. And some of you have already donated, so thank you very much for that.
Is that done through payroll deduction or how is
You can
that
do it
done?
through payroll deduction, or you can just go directly onto their website and donate. There is an other little thing, if you'll put in there which department you're with. We have a little competition going on for our Golden Can Awards. So we'd like to see that return to the council office.
I think I just said Provo City.
I actually know who you are, so we'll take care of that. So we're good. So
I thought
this
we were just trying to win as a city.
well, we all win, right? This particular item I'll try to go through really quickly, but as we were negotiating the regional sports park with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which was one of the tougher negotiations I've been involved in, when we finally agreed on a price, which they felt like they had discounted somewhat, they asked us to accept the property with all of its warts, which included a lot of boundary line issues. One of those has become an issue because we're needing to put in a retaining wall up on the northwest part of the regional sports park. So we have a property overlap, seen down here in red, between us and the Carter Farms. And so we have met with the Carters and have negotiated with them, we think, a reasonable way of resolving this overlap. And that is to trade them property across the street. So right now, 2470 is running north and south here, so we would be trading them the property that's in green. So this is a square foot for square foot property trade. When we were looking at how to actually lay out a property trade, you'll see the property up in the corner in blue. That's our existing lift station. So when all of the new facilities are on board over on the west side, this lift station will be decommissioned. So the plan is that actually can be taken out. So we've left a lot big enough that we could sell as a building lot and get some revenue back to the city. So the proposal is just to do a simple property trade, resolve this property dispute with the Carters. So what we're asking is that this resolution just be forwarded to your April 16th meeting, just to be considered during your council meeting.
And just as a footnote, we have another fairly significant property line issue with the Stubbs on the east side. We're currently in negotiations with them, and so that's probably something that will come back to the council once we get resolution with them. Are there any questions?
Councilor Becky Bogdan.
I'm gonna throw out a pitch for Jeff. He really wants a fence on that east property line.
That's part of the negotiation.
He mentions it every single
Yeah,
meeting.
we've been talking with him about that.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tara. All right, we are going to adjourn the Provo Municipal Council if there are no. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that's a typo on my mistake. We're recess.
Gotcha.
Okay. If there's no objection, we will now recess the Provo Municipal Council work meeting and convene as the governing board of the Redevelopment Agency of Provo by unanimous consent. All right, now we have RDA business, item number 10. This is the Provo Redevelopment Agency RDA CDA presentation. This will be presented apparently by Keith now.
It is.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome. It's a pleasure to be with you. I know it's a little bit warm, so hopefully I won't put you guys to sleep, ladies to sleep. You just have kind of some general slides in here that talk about redevelopment conceptually, right? None of this is significant enough that we should avoid your questions, because to me, really the important part of this is the questions that you have about redevelopment, what priorities we have, what priorities you have for redevelopment, and how we work together to use one of the few tools that we have in the state of Utah to help make redevelopment or development happen in the community work for us in a way that's meaningful to you. So if you go to that next slide, just kind of, I have to do it. Okay. Yeah, I have to be patient. It's never clicked before. So redevelopment 101. It's a tool that are used to clean up blight and to implement development goals in the community. So a lot of times what we're doing is we're trying to find a piece of property that, and you'll hear this term a lot, in redevelopment, you think in terms of but for, right? Like this project might happen on its own, but for there was a landfill here, or this is an old steel site that needs to be mitigated, and the cost of mitigation prohibits somebody from doing something incredible here on this site. Or there's existing buildings that are going to need to come down and the cost of demolition is too high. Things of that sort, right? There's some cleanup that needs to happen. There's some blight that needs to happen or that exists that we're trying to remedy. That's why, you know, the old IFA was a potentially good project, right? Because that was an older building. The potential for the city to acquire that and try to incentivize some better development that have higher property values was the kind of thing we tried to look for. They incentivize private investment by providing various tools, mainly through tax increment. The state statute requires that you include creating a project area, a plan, and a budget, and you have to adopt all of those through a formal process. So it's important to understand that there's a difference between us talking as a city about areas of interest or concern that we think we ought to pay attention to. We may all look at the old Village Green property here up on North Freedom Boulevard, right, where McAbee's used to be, and look at that and say, you know, that area is looking tired, or is there something we might want to start to think about doing there? So we could draw a circle on a map around that area and start to talk about and think about, is the time right, or is there a developer that might be interested in doing something there? But there's a big difference between internal conversations about what ifs and us deciding to formalize that process into, no, let's actually create a project area, let's do a blight analysis, and let's start the process for redevelopment. Because some of that effort, first of all, takes a lot of time on your part, our part, the other taxing entities' parts. And it's pointless to go down that pathway if you don't have a developer on board that wants to build something, right? Because what effectively we're going to do is we're going to go spend a bunch of staff time. We're going to hire a consultant who's going to define a legal boundary. He's going to do a formal blight analysis, which costs a significant amount of money to do that. And he's going to come back, or she's going to come back and say, yep, looks like you've got blight and this would be a great area. And then we're gonna look at them and go, okay, great, now what? If we don't have a developer, that blight study could potentially expire over a year or two, and that exercise is pointless, right? So us identifying areas that we want to pay attention to is one approach, and I think we should be consistent about having those kinds of conversations and forums like this with each other about areas we want to pay attention to. Then the next level might be, now do we have a partner that might be willing to engage with us? And if we do, then let's take the next step to do a project area plan and create a budget and start having conversations with the school district and the county. The other taxing entities that we are partnered with are Provo School District, of course, us, Provo City, Utah County, and Central Utah Water Conservancy District. And RDA's share of participation is paid by property tax increments. So usually what we're funded with is property tax. This is high level. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Question.
Yeah.
I guess I was assuming that the property had to be condemned, or could it be private property? So like when you talked about the Village Green, so if it's private property, can you still do that?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, but again, we would want the private property owners to be a partner, right? Because we're not in the habit of forcing property owners to do something they don't want to do.
Not looking at eminent domain.
No, exactly. I mean, so usually you would only, let's say that we had a large project, and part of the reason why we were going to do it was because there was some infrastructure that we needed to fix, or an upgrade to a sewer line or whatever. And along with that, we were going to do some redevelopment. Maybe we were going to create some residential or some retail or whatever. But a critical component of that was a sewer line was going to have to go through a residential piece of property, and we had one resident that didn't want to sell. You might do some kind of a friendly eminent domain, like suggest to them that we're going to do that so that they get the tax benefits, but they still participate. Does that make sense? We very rarely just swoop in and say, yeah, we know you don't agree, but this is what we're doing. So just very high level, the whole point, I'm going to try to walk and talk if I can. That's asking a lot though. If this graph represents the value of a piece of property today, what we're trying to do is we're trying to say, hypothetically, it's easiest to say this is a 1 acre piece of ground that has nothing on it, right? And so the property value is $100 is what we're saying. So we're suggesting that if we, first of all, we create a project area, a developer gives us a project plan of what they're going to build, and we understand what the potential value is going to become, then we go around to all the different taxing entities and we make an agreement with them on a portion of the increase from here to here that they're going to share with us for a period of time, 10 years, 15 years, used to be 20 years, but that's becoming less common. So for that period of time, they're going to share this increase back with us to offset whatever impediment we're trying to solve for, right? Because we had to excavate the landfill. It's a contaminated old steel site, and we've got to do mitigation on the contamination. There was an old gas station here, and there's gas tanks that are underground that have contaminated the ground. We're going to have to clean up. Or there's blight. There's a bunch of residential homes that need to be torn down and rehabbed, and so there's demolition that has to be done. The costs that are generated by this, so the school district and the city and the county still get day to day, year to year, the value that they've always gotten. But we're going to freeze this increment for 10 to 15 years and share with each other a portion of that. So if the school district says they're going to donate 70% of this increase, they're still going to get what they got, but 70% of the increase is going to come back to us. So the additional 30% that's in here, they'll continue to get too, right? So they still get more than they would have gotten otherwise. And the promise is that when this is done, now their property values are here and even higher going forward into the future than they would have been if we don't participate and do anything. I mean, potentially the property values out on the baseline could get worse, right? Because if it's $100 today and it's a blighted piece of property, it may get worse because the contamination or the blight continues or gets worse or whatever. So that's kind of conceptually what we're trying to do in these areas. Yeah, please.
So is that percentage negotiated by project, or is it set?
No, it's by project. So every time we do one of these, we go, and so we had conversations with the city council last year about the Norda Medical project and the mix, the Plumtree Plaza redevelopment project. Conceptually, we agreed on what the scale and the scope of those projects were going to be and the potential budget. Once I know I have your support, then we go and we start talking to the school district, to the county, to the mosquito basement, to the water conservancy district, and we say, here's the project and here's the plan. Here's what your amount of tax increment would be. Will you share a portion of that with us? And the school district may look and say, look, we've got 5 schools to build. We can't afford to give you 70%. We'll give you 60 because we're going to need that other 40% over the next 10 to 15 years to offset some of our own expenses. So you negotiate that. And at the end of the day, we may come back with a budget that still leaves the developer short on the amount that he's going to need to reclaim to offset his costs for the landfill, hypothetically. At that point, the developer has to say, well, I'll find a way to fix that. I'll bridge the gap on my own, or I'll find another investor, or the city says, we'll find the money some way, or we'll increase our portion, or the deal doesn't happen. Thank you. Any other questions? Am I making sense, or have I lost anybody yet?
Well, you're good.
Okay. So then just here's a map of Provo that kind of shows some of the old project areas in colors. And I've got a spreadsheet that'll show you which ones have expired and which ones are still active. But you can see how they're kind of spread out around town. And then we kind of went through an exercise with the city last year to kind of say, what if? Here's some areas that we might think that you might want to consider, whether it's West Center or some other areas. Here's the Village Green one that we talked about. Just for us to kind of suggest as we're looking around, these are some of the things that we're paying attention to. And that's not to say that we have a developer in line, but those are kind of our circles that we're watching. If you've got other circles, or if you think this circle's wrong and you want a different circle, that's great. Just help us so that we're aligned and we think that we're paying attention to the same sensitivities that you have in the community.
So
Go ahead, please.
So in your very first slide, you mentioned our community development goals. Do we have actual community development goals written down anywhere? Like, are those pinned down?
No, I mean, I think that there was, years ago, I think there was a very, very exhaustive, and I'm going to give you my perspective, and please beat me outside later on if you think that I'm overstepping. I think that list probably was more finely detailed than it needed to be, and so I don't think we've performed on a lot of them because I think it became so big that no one could actually meet those expectations. The minutia was kind of pretty big. I think it would be a healthy conversation to revisit that again. And we could look at some of these areas like on that last slide and we could say, yeah, actually that one doesn't bother me as much as this one does. Yeah. Or West Center is the gateway to Provo City. We really want that addressed before we want the Village Green on North Freedom Boulevard addressed or whatever. I mean, but again,
these areas, with the exception of the little green circles, this is from 2018, right?
No, this is just a map that we put together that kind of shows existing project redevelopment RDA areas that are on the books that either recently expired within the last couple of years or still active.
All right, I was just looking at the date on there for.
It's probably, it's probably an old map that David pulled up, but we've amended. I mean, the circles we just drew on there last year, so.
Yes, yeah, okay.
These are kind of all of them, and you can see the name of the project. You can see the year that the project was supposed to exist from and the values that it generated. So a lot of these have expired, and that's important to realize because one of the other crucial elements is we've agreed, and it's a kind of a statewide requirement, then no more of Provo City's total assessed property value. No more than 5% of our total assessed property value can be in a redevelopment project area at any one time. So we
Michael.
Yeah, I just had a quick question on that, Keith. On this list, we have some expired areas. Do the expired areas still count towards our percentage or no?
Expired.
Okay.
So as we had been close to that 5%, we still had some cushion. And frankly, the school district had been willing in the past to have that. I mean, it's not a hard line. It's kind of fuzzy. You know, if you're close to it, everybody kind of understands that we're within reason or whatever. But now because some of these project areas like the mall, which is project area 4, have dropped off, we're starting to have a little more room to be able to add new projects and do more things if we wanted to. But to me, the significant column is that last column that shows for each one of those, the increase in value was 163 million, 81 million, 27 million, 27 million, 83 million, 53 million, for a total of 435 million, almost 436 million. And that's exactly what we wanted. So we took the property values in each of those areas and cumulatively, we created 436 million more value over those years than would have been there if we hadn't been involved in these projects. That's to me great use of a tool.
Board Member Bogdan.
Keith, I think it's great that we have now 436 million extra, but how much of that do we actually give away?
So let me make sure that we understand that number. So every year we get a certain amount of property tax, right? Our portion. All I'm saying is in these areas, the property values increased $435 million, the value of the property. Now we only get a portion of that. The county gets a portion, the school district gets a portion, and that comes into the general fund for you to spend however you want to spend. So that 436 million doesn't come to us.
Right.
A portion of it does, only our percentage does.
Only a portion of it is, but if I'm understanding this correctly, didn't we contract with some of these others and we give them a certain percentage in order to come in and redevelop the property?
Yeah, so
how much of that was given to the business or the contractor, whoever? How much of that?
Yeah, so I would have to go through project by project and tell you in each project area, what was the commitment for, what amount of money did we generate and what did it go back? For the mall, for example, some of that went back to pay off the infrastructure work, the rehabilitation of the mall, the debt that they owned on the mall, some things like that. On the mix at River's Edge, Old Plum Tree Plaza, a lot of that was upgrades to infrastructure like sewer, the sewer lines and the capacity that was limiting the future development in that area. A lot of the money that we're pledging is going to go back to repay us for our investment to solve that problem.
Yeah.
I think to answer her question though, so the years that it's in one of these, they do get a percentage of the money and we get a smaller percentage. But when those are over, then we all get 100, the taxes, the elevated value now is 100% with us.
Right, and I get that, but I just wonder how much we gave away to get that. That's
a spreadsheet he could come back with.
Yeah, I
with
mean, we
each
can,
project.
but I guess what I'm trying to say is, well, let's go back to this. Let's look at it this
We
way.
may not have gotten it anyway.
Yeah, the new value of the property may not have risen that much
Yeah.
if we hadn't done this agreement.
Exactly,
with them.
that's exactly right.
I get that, but I'm still curious on
How
how
much it
much we
costs.
gave away.
Well,
We get this much,
which
which is great, but how much do we give away?
But during this period of time, we didn't give it away. It went back to the developer or to the city, whoever had costs that were keeping the development from happening. So during this period of time, the extra money that's being generated is going back, or a portion of it is going back to the developer or to the city to pay for infrastructure or mitigation or whatever.
I get that, but I guess maybe I should say it another way. If somebody would have come in and done this on their own and we would have gotten that money anyway, how much would we have gotten? How many?
Our percentage of 435 million.
Well,
Which-
let me the 430 million
Isn't even a
increase
gap.
in value,
Right.
increase in tax.
Right, that's correct.
So the increased potential revenue is the tax on the.
Right,
property,
right.
Not. the-
Right, and that's good clarification. Yeah. Does that make sense?
No,
So-
I understand that all. I'm just wondering how much money they got out of the deal.
Right.
We'll have to do that through a project
Yeah.
by project account.
Right, and that's, I appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah, because
Okay.
we certainly, we are not getting the increased value of the taxes every year while it's in that project area. And so you're right, there's less revenue for us during that time, but it's because that's the way we're
Fostering.
investing that money.
Right, which I get,
Yeah.
totally, but I just want to know what the cost of that investment is, right? And that
Yeah.
cost would be what we're giving to them, because I just
Or
want to,
the-
I just want
or
to see, I'm just
Either
curious.
give to them or that we actually spend on the infrastructure. So.
Yeah, I wanna know what the
Otherwise
cost
would be
is.
costs that we would have paid out of our regular city budget.
right, I
We
just
also
want
have to
to,
take into account in that, Becky, the risk of the project even happen.
It may not have happened.
You'd have to factor that in.
I get all that.
No, I'm just saying.
I want to know how much it costs.
But he said he could give you a spreadsheet.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
And we went through a lot of numbers with that, with the recent NORD, I think, as we were going through and talking about it. So I know they've got fresh numbers for that. Thanks.
Yeah, we can do that. So anyway, that's just kind of high level. Just as an example, you can see this is the North Medical College. Of course, that was an old landfill site, and that's what increased value looks like, right? Eventually, as the whole campus develops out, you know, instead of an old landfill on the site, now you've got multiple commercial buildings that all have multiple $1 million of property values that we're receiving property tax from. So is the school district, so is the county. You know, just as an example, you can see this is what Plumtree Plaza looked like before. You know, it's a huge parking field with some big box retail, but we've turned it into this. You know, so now you've got people that live there in close proximity to retail and to office. You can see all the different residential development around the project that stabilizes and brings traffic into that retail environment. And then, you know, you get an incredible retail office out of it. So to me, that's what redevelopment is all about. And this is an example because that piece of property had sat vacant like it was for years and years and years. And there was no inclination that it was ever going to turn over until we put this redevelopment project area together. And now we've got this incredible project. So,
Board Member McKay.
I've heard that you can, all of us are all of ours are commercial. I've heard you can do it with residential. What does a residential RDA look like?
well, I mean, I think this is part of one because it has a little bit of both, right? You've got some residential and you've got commercial.
So is it only in multifamily that it works then?
Well, again, you have to understand you're trying to solve for the but for, right? And so the gap in property values is bigger on commercial property than it is on residential property. So if I had done this project in single family home residential development, the new property values that I was creating, that potential probably would not have been big enough for me to pay for the infrastructure that was causing this area to suffer, the upgrades to the sewer. And so generally speaking, although you can do residential with these, it's more difficult unless they're higher density residential. And usually you're still trying to find a way to put some commercial component into it, retail or office or something like that.
I don't think I've ever seen one for single families.
Yeah.
Yes, Board Member Bogdan.
So, like those pre-war homes over on the west side that we have the trailer park lamplighter, and we have those pre-war homes right there. So if that were to go into like an RDA, and we have that on our master plan to be what, MDR?
Right.
Is that something that's plausible, or is that something that you could do with something like this?
Yes, I think an RDA would be very helpful to help make that happen. I'm sorry. Yes, I think an RDA would be very helpful and possibly even required to actually make that happen.
And then as part of that RDA, could we look at maybe condos versus apartments where we'd be looking at an MDR, or is that nothing that we could require within this scope?
I believe that you would have the ability to pursue that. Do you think so, Keith?
Where's she talking about again, Bill?
Over just east of the Smith's parcel on Center Street, to be the east of that. There's an area next to that 15 that we designated for MDR.
Right.
And we did that to help encourage redevelopment with trailer park and some post-World War II homes.
Right.
So it's that area right there.
And so the question is, could we use a redevelopment project area to help with that?
Yes, and then if we went in that direction, could we push it towards or require some portion of it being owner occupied?
Well, I think there's more and more push to utilize redevelopment project area funds for housing to solve that problem. That's a huge flip in state legislation. Historically, cities were precluded from using that money in any other way than for within the redeveloped project area, specifically that you generated the money from. If I was going to spend money outside of that area, I would have to show that there was a project area benefit. So for example, if I've got this project area here But really to build it, I need to upgrade the sewer plant over there. I can make an argument that those two are connected, even though that plant isn't in this boundary. And then I can do that. That's been the state law so far. So this current legislation now has said that the RDAs that have collected the money that hasn't been spent for 5 years, at some point in the future, we may have an obligation to spend it on housing. And I think if it gets to that point and we start figuring out how we can spend some of this money on housing, I think we'll have a lot of discretion to say we want a certain percentage of that, we want to occupy. It's our money. I think we can stipulate that very easily.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have more to your presentation?
That's it. That's all I have. I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions, but this was just kind of get our conversation started.
Okay, so I had a question about the blight analysis. Did we do a blight analysis for all of the current and previous RDA areas that we had? And that's required to do. How?
And let me just tell you the reason why Bill can testify to that. Historically, and it's Orm's fault. There were a bunch of orchards that had been blighted.
Classified as blighted by the state.
So that future redevelopment could happen. And so the state said, well, you can't just call productive agricultural property blight. So they set up criteria that define what blight is. There has to be decaying infrastructure, there has to be vacant or abandoned properties, there has to be low to moderate income individuals who might benefit from some kind of a property lift or some kind of improvements in their neighborhood, things of that sort. So there's a whole list of things that you have to go through to determine, is this area truly blighted, so that I can't randomly just say, frankly, I want to build something over there, so I'm going to call it blight so that I can't.
Yeah. Okay, so there's an official process by which we designate areas as blighted. That said, there are areas in our city that are blighted that have not gone through this process.
Sure.
So do you have like an informal list of all our little blights and eyesores?
Well, two things. Some people get sensitive about that kind of thing.
Yes,
about my neighborhood.
So I do not have a formal list anywhere that someone could do a grandma request that says that Keith Morey says their neighborhood is blighted. Because I want to be here working tomorrow.
That's just
Right?
yes.
So there's a little bit of self-preservation in that. But the circles on the map that we have started to draw are kind of an approach to that, right?
Can you go back to that slide?
Yeah, we're not saying that those areas
are necessarily blighted,
but
but maybe they need
we're
love.
watching, right?
Yeah.
That we think need some attention, that we want to be, we want to start to have conversations with future developers about.
That was it.
About, is this area, well, so the Village Green actually.
Village Green.
The Brighton Homes people, for a period of time, 2 years ago, were trying to consolidate all of that property to do a project there. And so we were in the beginnings of trying to define how much property could they pull into a project, what would a project area boundary begin to look like, what potentially could they be built in there, and what would the potential values be. We were in the very beginning process of starting to formulate all that, when it just became apparent that some of the current owners were never gonna sell, or the prices that they wanted were so exorbitant that they couldn't pull that meat to the deal. And when there got to be enough of those that the project didn't make sense, they just kind of backed away. So we haven't given up, but that's kind of what these processes look like, right? We're drawn in a circle. Now we'll continue to have conversations with people, and eventually there'll be a developer who will be successful in consolidating and acquiring some of these properties, and they'll come to us and say, look, we own 90% of this property. We think we can get the remaining 10%. Let's create a project area. Let's start the process with the city being willing to do a redevelopment project area there. That's when we would come back to you, to this body, and say, what do you think? So-and-so development company wants to build this here on this site. They think that there's going to be a gap because their project budget shows that the infrastructure here is dilapidated. They're going to have to redo the roads, the sewer, the water, whatever. And there's going to be a gap, and they want our help. Are we willing to have those conversations, see if we can help them make this happen? Because if we can't, they don't think the project can happen, and they're probably going to walk away, and it's going to stay what it is.
So Rachel, we refer to those areas as underutilized or distressed.
Okay, yes, they're damsels. Okay, Board Member McKay and then Board Member Christensen.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking. How do you So you're actively out there looking for developers that are interested, like
Absolutely.
opportunities?
Yeah.
Okay, on another note, with these projects, like the green is the green on the river?
Village Green.
Isn't the Village Green on the river?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so think of areas, I mean, that's a prime area,
Oh,
right?
it is, it's gorgeous.
Now, is that something where we could work and particularly use our RDA power to make sure that there's public access there, we make the river awesome? You know what I mean? Like, can we?
No, that's exactly what we were talking about. When we were talking to Brighton about it, we had already started conversations about, and I think isn't Banbury right across the river from that?
Yes.
Bradbury, yeah.
Right. We were talking about how cool would it be if the retail component, I mean, because when I was going to BYU, that was high end, that was all the rich BYU students wanting to live there, right? That's where all the people that were really cool and it's just aged over time. And my thought was, how cool would it be if we began to revitalize that, resuscitate that, and some of the retail that could potentially get built here, create a connection between that residential and the building. There was a bridge that went over the river, right? The bridge and the river itself became a pedestrian corridor where people wanted to be at. Some of the redevelopment took advantage of the river view and had development up against the river. So that's exactly the kind of thing that we were talking about,
So
and we were hoping could happen.
Could RDA funds be used to make a cool park
Absolutely.
on there? Or use, so
Yeah.
you can use them for the
Sure.
actual building of like,
Yeah.
you tell the developer, hey, we'll do this part of it. We'll do the whole public access with the RDA funds.
And some of that gets a little bit, and I don't want to say this in a way that makes anybody skeptical. When we present the budgets to you and to the school district and the county, nobody's ever gonna ask you to go back with a line item detail of how that money got spent, right? We're all agreeing that we're partners in this, and we know what the gap is. We know that sewer line is decayed and it needs to be repaired, and it's a $2 million bill, right? So if the developer in his work says, listen, I'm just gonna go get that done, because that's the first thing I'm gonna get done, I'm gonna pay for that. Later on, when I'm actually doing my park amenities, did you guys spend redevelopment tax money on the park instead? As long as it gets spent on that project, we're not really.
You don't care what
Yeah,
part,
we're
doesn't
not really
matter.
accounting line by line for who did what, as long
Right.
as the project itself gets developed and the but-for is being solved.
But it's something that can incentivize more public
Of
use
course.
of a space.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Board Member Christensen, did you still have your question?
Well, I'm just wondering how proactive. You know, I think about some uses, like I see pretty big car dealerships, I think you're just in the wrong spot.
Yeah, we're talking about those too.
So is there something that we do as an RDA that helps you move those along, so much more proactively?
Well, yeah.
I mean, does it have to want to do
I'm
it?
nervous about the word proactive, and only because, not because I don't want to do my job. I want to make sure that your expectation of being proactive is the same as what I know I can do proactively, if that makes sense. Because you and I can be proactive all day long about identifying areas that we're concerned about.
Yeah.
Private property owners still have private property rights.
Yes.
And developers are still only motivated to do what developers think that they're gonna make money on. And so it doesn't matter how proactive you and I are about what we want. If I don't have a property owner that's willing and a developer thinks he can do it, we only get so far in that process, right?
So what would you call it? Because if that owner doesn't know that's even an opportunity.
Well, so that's the difference. I think as long as we understand exactly what can be accomplished, I'm not threatened at all. I think it would be helpful for us all to say, we think the car dealerships are in the wrong place, Keith. We think it would be wonderful if we could find a way to help move those.
Yeah.
But here's just an example. When I first started here, I know Larry Miller really well. Steve starts as my state president at Daybreak, and so I know him, and I know the guy that does all the car dealership deals. He sent deals with us when I was working for Greater City and for West Valley City. So Pete Hansen was working with us. The big issue became franchise agreements with dealerships. So we were looking at property on the south end of Provo on Lakeview Parkway, and although that's an ideal location from a freeway visibility perspective, it violates franchise agreements with other dealerships at Spanish Fork. And so the car dealerships, what Larry Mueller was telling us is, We love the idea. Those are not ideal locations for us. We would love to move, but if we go there, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to make an agreement with that car dealership that we're infringing on his territory because we're infringing there. We're gonna have to let him infringe somewhere else, or do something. It just becomes this big deal. And we're saying it's not that it can't be done. It's just, it's not like we just pick a different spot and go locate a different spot. We would have to find a way to manage to do that. And at the end of the day, if the Spanish Ford dealership said, no, I'm not gonna let you infringe in my territory, then it just can't happen. So again, just so we understand expectations, I agree 100% if we want to move those. Bill and I have been having those conversations recently, and I think we're still gonna try to see if we can make that happen. Just work with me and understand that just because you and I want it, and just because we think it's a brilliant idea, doesn't mean that the timing's right or that we can actually make it happen. And let's just keep chugging along with each other. And clearly, what I don't want to have happen, all of you, is for us ever to become so disconnected that you don't feel like I understand your expectations anymore, or I'm performing in a different direction than you want to go. My accountability is to do redevelopment and economic development in a way that supports your vision of this community. Now, I live here too. I think I'm passionate about Provo as you are. Some of you are longer-term residents, and so I think you might have different perspectives of areas that need love and need attention, but I think I'm aligned and I think I'm supportive. Let's just talk frequently and often about what your areas of concern are and how we can be contributing, how we can be supporting you so that we're always walking hand in hand and step to do this stuff together.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it would be productive if in the future we did a little retreat or something where we help craft those kind of high level goals.
Yeah.
Because that way we would understand exactly what you're doing and what our role is in relation to that. And we would know that projects that come to you would either fit within those goals, or you would be having conversations with us to help us understand why it's worthwhile.
Yeah, I'd love to.
We have 1 minute left in this item.
I'll just take 30 seconds.
It's a great
Okay.
idea, Rachel.
Yeah, I
Yes.
would just say but let's not reinvent all the wheels, because we
Yeah.
do have a gateways plan. We do have a river and lake
Yeah.
plan. We do have a foothills plan. There might be opportunities in any one of those that are already articulated.
But that's what would help me, your interpretation of those plans and your concepts of areas that trouble you or that you're concerned about or you think we ought to pay attention to. Let's just always be really clear with each other about what those are and make sure that my list matches yours.
Okay.
And I think I think we've been incredibly successful with the ones we've done so far. And I think as long as we continue to work together, we'll do even more. I will tell you that the environment is becoming more and more difficult. Some of the conversations we've had with the school district, everybody, as pinched as we are financially, everybody else is too, right? And so to go and talk about sharing potential revenue, it's an artful dance.
Thank you so much. If there's no objection, we will now adjourn the governing board of the Redevelopment Agency of Provo work meeting by unanimous consent and reconvene as the Provo Municipal Council.
Thanks, Steve. Excited.
Okay, the municipal council will consider a motion for a closed meeting. It has been requested. Anyone make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Before that, Chair, okay, let me
Oh, you have to
mention
explain.
that I'm supposed to put on the record what the meeting is about. So there's been a meeting requested for actually a variety of topics, including personnel matters, litigation matters, and property related matters. But all of them are
Trifecta.
state statute for inclusion.
Thank you, Brian. Craig, a motion?
I would make a motion for a closed meeting.
And I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Craig Christensen, a second by George Handley. We will vote. Craig Christensen.
Yes.
Gary Garrett.
Yes.
Patrice McKay, yes. Rachel Whipple.
Yes.
George Handley.
Yes.
And Travis Hoban.
Yes.
Becky Wagner. All right, we're heading out to the pre-conference room and we will start the recording and announce everything.
Recording stopped.